Call the meeting to order. We have a full council tonight. Please rise for the invocation by Pastor Minton.
Just for the way that you've offered it to them through us. We thank you now in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen. As I'm closing this, I just want to say I bless you tonight in the name of the Lord Jesus. I asked the Lord's blessing over tonight before I got here. But as the pastor here, I want to let you know what a blessing it is to have you guys here.
Thank you, Pastor.
Always, as long as I'm the pastor, it'll always be available for you guys to use anytime.
Thanks for opening your doors. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for opening your doors tonight. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we go to the citizens to be heard, I want to confer to the council member Bone a personal privilege to make a statement. Because this item is not posted on the agenda, council members must refrain from commenting on Councilman Bone's statement. After Councilman Bone is done, I'll move on to the next item on the agenda without discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Bone.
Dear citizens of Cibolo, Mayor, City Council, my family and friends, I sincerely apologize for my actions that occurred on August 8, 2021 concerning my DWI arrest. Each of you in our community place an enormous amount of trust and faith in your city leaders. As a father and a leader in the community, I understand how sacred that trust is and how easy it is to be lost. Not only did I fail myself, I failed my family and I failed my community with my lack of judgment. Looking ahead, I promise that I will work every day to restore your trust that I've lost, repair any harm that I've caused, and continue to help the people of our wonderful community. I am truly sorry.
The next item on the agenda, we have the citizens to be heard. With that, we have a full list here tonight. We have Mr. West. You're here to speak on the public hearing item. Where are you, Todd? Oh, there you are. Mr. Twinter, are you here to speak on the public hearing items or for the citizens to be heard? Oh, come on up then if your citizens to be heard.
Jim Pointer at 502 Country Lane. It's nice to see everybody and get back into the realm of things. I wanted to discuss a couple of things with the DR Horton going in on that 400 acres. It's behind me. I call it the 80 acres back there. I don't know if anything has been talked to property lines and going on individuals' property lines without their permission. With it being a horse stables, people are going to be inquisitive about it, and they're going to cross that property line and come over there. And those, it's a 40 stables. Those are not our horses. They are, but they're other people's horses. And I'm concerned that we're going to run into a bunch of issues with that. I don't know what the protocol is of either going to be our ordinance or if the city can do anything about it, proposing putting a wall up for an established business that's been there over 20 years, with them coming in with all these new houses. That was a concern. I don't know what the rules and regulations are, if the city can do anything about it, or if I'm on my own. I'd like to find out before we start building houses back there.
Yes, sir. Jim, I would suggest that you get with our city manager to facilitate a meeting with the builder, and then from there, if it looks like it's still a dividing issue, then you would come back to the staff and they would then present us or have us intervene. So I would suggest that route first, just so we can get the dialogue going.
Okay. Comment on the no-through trucks that's on the agenda. All for it. I'm not in that area. You know, I went through it. It's fine getting it passed, but if you don't enforce it, nothing's going to happen, because they're still going down country lane, and they need somebody there, you know, for a 10-hour shift to keep these people doing it. And until they start paying, they're going to keep doing it. And doing it 1 or 2 days, they're not going to stop. So think about that you're going to have to enforce it. Otherwise, it's just a sign. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to add, I have spoken to the city manager about this issue, and he is working on it currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. Next, we have Katie Cunningham, read by Councilman Gibbs. Oh, sorry.
No problem. This is from Katie Cunningham for Citizens to be Heard. Thank you for reading my letter. I would love to be there in person, but I have teachers meeting tonight. I am not a lawyer, and I'm not trying to make claims about laws or regulations. I'm just using common sense to discuss issues that I think should be discussed publicly and considering when making determinations and approvals or denials for developments within our subdivision jurisdiction. I don't think that we have to write laws into our UDC that already exist to provide for public safety. It's safe to assume that the whole state of Texas would like to have a toilet to flush and a place that all would agree is appropriate, not just the city of Cibolo. The model subdivision rules are in the TAC, Texas Administrative Code, for this purpose, and the Texas Local Government Code provides that sewer service to be developed must be provided. It is basically allows for a review of the documents that supports the claims of the developer that toilets flush to acceptable solutions. I listened to the P&Z meetings in May and June and heard there is no funding, no easement, no complete engineering documents or plans, and that the permit of where sewage would end up the permit of where the sewage would end up is in court and may not prevail for a number of subdivisions trying to plat in our ETJ. At tomorrow night, I see a similar issues coming up before the P&Z, another subdivision with hundreds of houses and toilets that have no real place to flush. If those things existed, I would not be writing you and having this conversation, because this is not a conversation about pump and haul. This is a conversation about the fact that it is in existence a verifiable sewer solution for this development. Trust but verify is something we all need to live by, but we need to know that this development has a sewer solution. That solution has to be verified. It is required by our UDC, the TLGC, and the TAC. The annexation, if you choose to tie up our city sewer, creates a self-inflicted hardship. Thank you, Ms. Katie Cunningham.
Next, we have write-in from Cindy Spencer, read by Ms. Simmons. Thank you, Peggy. Next, we have Mr. Bob Hicks. Is this on citizens to be heard or on a specific? Come on up, sir. Yeah, this would probably be easier, Bob.
Yep.
How are you doing, sir?
Mayor, council, city staff, Bob Hicks, 245 Riverside Drive, representing the neighborhood association for the Deer Creek subdivision. And I want to, first of all, thank Mr. Klein, Mr. Yarza for their assistance in preparing the paperwork that you're going to be looking at and acting upon tonight. And we ask for your support for it. And I also thank each and every one of you for the attention you paid part in previous council meetings and the support that you expressed that. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Next, we have Claudia Walker. Are you to speak on a public hearing item? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. John Mayers. Are you here to speak on a? Come on up, sir.
Citizens, you heard. Yes, sir. I just wanted to, I'm here in support of Councilman Bowen. I've known him for over 30 years.
Could you please speak up a little bit, John?
I've known him for over 30 years, and since he was a teenager, actually. So that's a long time, but I just wanted to, make it perfectly clear to anybody that has any doubts about his character. It is totally uncharacteristic of, what happened. It's very unfortunate, and we didn't get hurt, everyone else did, but my point being that, anyone and everyone, and I went through a very similar situation about almost 20 years ago in Colorado. So I kind of know how it feels right now. And as a result, it actually made me a much better person and more responsible. And, unfortunately, I got lucky and nothing happened and I went back to you. But what we learned, what I did learn through the experience was that anyone and everyone that consumes alcohol and drives, that most people have done it, unless you told them you don't drink at all. There's only two kinds of people, it's the caught and the uncaught. So, not everyone's, it's not everything that happens to everybody. So, I just hope that, I just wanted to say this, hope that everyone's still more understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayers. Next, we have Maggie Titterington.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to thank the mayor and the city of Cibolo. I went to my first Cibolo summer nights, unfortunately the last one of the season. It was great. We posted the pictures on our chamber site. The kids, the families, it was just a wonderful way to spend a couple of hours saying goodbye to summer. And Gunn was out there, one of our chamber members, but I just wanted to thank you for having the foresight to think about something like that, because it was a lot of fun, and I hope it does come back next summer, and I hope the fishing comes back in the fall. Wanted to thank you all also for supporting the double ribbon cutting that we had at Noble Lounge and Mama Mills. That was quite impressive, the Meeks family being there and being able to share in the fact that their house is being reused and in a very good way in the city of Cibolo. We're actually going to be having our monthly mixer in Cibolo at the Noble Lounge on the 19th, so please mark your calendars for that at 5:30. New York Life Representative Ivory Freeman will be our host. Also, just wanted to make you aware that there were 2 interviews that I did this week, one with Dr. Ely with the SCCISC, and also Michael Beaver, who is the CEO of Methodist Hospital Northeast, and they both gave us updates. Mr. Beaver gave us updates on the COVID in our area, the fact that their hospital is at capacity, and the fact that 97% of the people that are sick with COVID are those that were unvaccinated. And the message she gives is really a good message. It's only about a 7-minute video. And Dr. Ely also
Thank you, Maggie. Next, we have Ms. Carol Latimer.
Good evening, Council. I'm Carol Latimer, 553 Holly Road, and I'm here to tell you part of my church, Word of Life, is celebrating in October of this year. We'll be celebrating 5 wonderful years here in Cibolo. And in the discussions in preparation to celebrate that, I told them about the senior program that the city of Cibolo was getting ready to endeavor, and they were so excited. This is part of our mission and part of what we wanted to do is give back to this community. I did contact, the worst of,
The Grange?
not at LaGrange,
Oh.
her.
Oh, Miss Her.
Yes, thank you. Miss her and let her know that she's very interested, but I wanted to let y'all know that the community is really behind this, and especially Word of Life, and anything that we can do, we will do, and we will be reaching out about that. And if you see a sign in front of our church for the October celebration, please come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latimer. Next, we have we'll do one of 2 public hearings. The first one's a public hearing. Cibolo City Council will hold a public hearing to hear public testimony concerning a conditional use permit for approximately 12 acres out of the 17-acre parent tract for the use of primary educational facility located at 3200 Cibolo Valley Drive. Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you very much. This is the first of 2 public hearings and the continuance of the one that we had on the July 27th meeting, and which we will be closing tonight as well. In your packet, you will have the applicant's letter, site plan elevations, their application, and the 200-foot notification map as well as responses. And with this, I did want to note that the applicant is pursuing a conditional use permit because it is required of the C1 zoning for the specific use, which is a primary or secondary education facility. A complete CIA per P&Z's requirement was required prior to going forward with an ordinance. The applicants have submitted it to staff and it's currently under review. Access for this project will be provided from Cibolo Valley Drive and Grove Lane as depicted on the site plan that should be within the packet. Public hearings were held with the Planning and Zoning Commission. The first one was July 14th, the second July 27th, and it continues tonight. With the proposed ordinance to be held on August 24th. During these public hearings, citizens support for choices in education and the appropriate use of the site was also presented, as well as concerns including possible increase in traffic and school rating compared to the local school district. The applicants are here tonight to make a presentation. They met with the HOA, neighboring HOA, I believe last night, and they would actually like to make a presentation during the public hearing before ordinance at the next meeting. We would like to hear from them first, or citizens, it would be up to you guys. If you have any questions from staff, we'd be more than happy to answer.
So this public hearing is open from the P&Z, correct?
From the city council meeting on the
And the P&Z? Okay. All right, so with that, I would say let's go ahead and make the presentation, Ms. Gonzalez, and then we'll hear from the citizens.
Good evening, Council. Patrick Christensen, thank you for having us. I'm here also with Brandon Jones and Matt Warner with the Legacy School. I'll let them kind of speak a little bit about the school, but I'll speak on the zoning. As staff pretty much said everything. We're asking for a CUP for this property. From a land use zoning perspective, a school in the middle of a neighborhood surrounded by single-family homes is almost the best compatible use you can have for single-family homes. The commercial uses that are allowed, you know, it's commercial in the middle of the neighborhood, but we all probably grew up in schools
in San Antonio has been around about 20 years, the School of Excellence in Education. That school has struggled over the last 2 years academically and operationally, and so they reached out to Legacy and asked if Legacy would help turn that school system around. So we've started that effort, and that will continue for future years. But for clarity, that is not the school that is being proposed for Cibolo, the School of Excellence. The school that is being proposed for Cibolo is Legacy Traditional School, the top performing school that has been done so well in Arizona. We're thrilled to bring continued quality education to Cibolo. We've taken a very close look at the caliber of schools. There are some wonderful schools here, B, C rated. Most of Legacy schools, almost all, are A-rated schools, and we hope to bring one of the most solid educational choice to the citizens and the parents and families of Cibolo. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Is that it?
One more comment. We do have the traffic engineers here if there's any questions of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to, at this time, open it up to citizens. Is this the item that you wish to speak on, Mr. West?
Being in it every day, it kind of feels like an altar call coming up here, you know. Like, yeah. At first, I wanted to say that we all make mistakes. It's what we learn from them and how we grow. That's important. Can you hear me?
Could you speak up just a little bit? Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City of Cibolo, presenters. My name is Todd West. I live at 117 Brush Trail Lane, which is about 221 feet from the affected area, I guess. So I didn't get one of them fancy letters to say, hey, you for it or oppose it. I believe every letter that the P&Z got was opposed to it. The only support I've heard was the reading of the one of y'all read tonight that somebody was in support of it. So let's get started. According to the Texas Education Agency, which views all the schools, charter and public, SCUC ISD is doing a great job educating our young citizens and approving a third charter school. This will be the third one that you would propose to approve. Will take even more funding from our current school system. SCUC ISD had 15,700 students last year. That number is going to be important in a minute. So if 1,400 students leave to go to this new charter school, which is what's proposed, they will lose $4,000 of funding per student. I believe it's $4,069 per student from the state. That's what they're going to lose. Okay, I don't know what programs are going to have to be cut, but that's a large amount of money leaving the ISD, okay? According to, well, I'm going to move on to what's important to most people that I have found, and that's the traffic impact. So last night during the, I don't know what y'all called it, a little barnstorming situation or there at the Noble Center, we were told that the traffic impact study or the analysis had been done. I hadn't seen a copy of it, and I ran around today and finally found a copy of it. And I started noticing some things. Last night they had claimed that there was, I live off Indigo Brush and Brush Trail Lane, that they did a traffic impact analysis and there was 6 cars that left my neighborhood. Well, as us old veterans know, we walk every morning, there's a lot more cars than that normally leaving our subdivision. There's 55 homes there. I know most neighbors. I have 4 licensed drivers in my home alone that leave every day to go to school or go to work. So it got me wondering, how did they come up with these numbers? I'm sure that this is a really great company, and I'm sure that they're not fudging numbers. Well, I figured it out why finally. According to the number 3 on the TIA, if you look at it, they say that the existing roadway, it claims the TIA was conducted during peak hours and the school was in session. As we know, we were in a pandemic. For Indigo Brush, they have, I think it was 8 total vehicles exiting. And I knew this couldn't be correct because I see it daily. Small community knowledge, we'll call it. And like I said, I had 4 licensed drivers in my home alone. Then I realized the TIA is bad. So at a minimum, we need to get a new one. And this is the reasons why. The TIA was conducted on May 26, 2021. All of us locals know that's senior skip week because they're preparing for graduation. Not one senior goes to school. I believe that still graduated May 25th. Based on probable numbers, I believe that's about 1,200 seniors that were not on the road going to school that morning. So we're missing those vehicles. According to SCU ISD, 15,000 students are enrolled. However, 50% of that number were on virtual learning at the beginning of the year, September. From March through May, 25% of those people were in virtual learning and not at school. So 25% of those 15,000, it's about another 3,900 students were at home with their parents. My family, along with most of them, were teleworking as well. The TIAs and their numbers based, I'm taking a small that I can speak to knowledgeable, is skewed because it doesn't reflect what actually is happening. All these students were not in the school. All I'm asking is if not, or I'm asking for it to be just denied outright, but if not, we at least need an impact study that shows the people that's for it and against it what the true numbers are. School starts Thursday. Why don't we do one, next Tuesday? Why not Monday? And then we'll have a true eye on this problem. And I think that we'll see it's a bigger issue than what they claim. For Indigo Brush, they have a level of service right now, they call it background traffic, that's 10.7 seconds exiting. With the build-out model of 2022 with that school, it gives me a D, which increases to 29.7 seconds. Okay, you're talking seconds, but it's double. Now let's have a real number of how many leave of my community. We're getting up there to the F, okay? That's my opinion, is the F model because of all the other people that were not on the road during that time frame. So that's all I have to offer y'all. I did find a couple things kind of funny. It is a commercial building also, or rated as commercial. We will get no tax revenue for the city from this school. If we did put a real commercial building in there, that's tax revenue for the city. The School of Excellence applied for a payroll protection plan from the government. So our tax dollars gave them several $1 million or a couple $1 million for their school. A waiver has been filed so they don't have to pay that back. And now that we're getting proposed by Legacy to build a $28 million charter school, I don't think that's being a good steward of our tax dollars. That's all. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
You brought up that it's zone commercial, and because we wouldn't get any tax revenue from a school, so would you be in favor of a bar going there then? Because it's zone commercial. So, I mean, we had this discussion a couple weeks ago. Y'all didn't want apartments going there, which would have provided some sort of tax revenue. Y'all don't want the school there. It won't provide any tax revenue. So if we allow it to stay C1 without doing the cup, we can put a bar in there, other things in there that's going to disturb y'all's way of life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's got to be some give and take, in my opinion. So, and then I want to make this comment for the rest of council. As we look at this, council, we've got to look at a couple of things, right? We've got to look at not the revenue that Schertz Independent School District may be losing, because that's not our job to figure that out. Our job is to, A, make sure that the property is owned correctly, and make sure that
Yeah, Steve, we got to be careful not to get into too deep into discussion.
No, I'm not. I'm just, but
okay.
So those are things we got to look at. So some of this stuff, though great, it can't be a determining factor for us on council. Just saying that.
No, thank you for your question, Councilman Quinn. And to answer your question, sure, want to put a bar in there, it gets close to my house. So I'm opposed to it based on the traffic and what it's negatively affecting my neighborhood, that traffic is, and all the people trying to get out of my community. So, and when you say you all, I'm here to speak on my behalf and my family's behalf, which is 4 people and 4 registered voters in this city. I'm here to speak on my own opinion, not what y'all are an HOA, okay?
And I respect that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. West, I think you brought up a really good point about the traffic counts that occurred back on the 26th of May, I believe. And this question is for the developers. Is that something you would entertain, doing some more traffic counts since school is starting this coming Thursday, potentially next week?
I just want to say I had a lot of opposition, a lot of other things, but I chose not to do that. I did it at the P&Z. I did it at the... I figured this was the most important because it was mattered to most people in the community. It was traffic.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. West.
I've got Amy Avery, the traffic engineer, here to answer specifics on that, but I would say we're not necessarily opposed to collecting new numbers when school starts up again. I believe y'all start next week or something like that.
Thursday.
I would just ask that the TIA that we've submitted is sufficient to go forward to council on the 24th, because we're trying to get this approval, this discretionary approval, so that we can start construction on the school with the goal of opening up the school next fall. So I'll
Amy Avery with Kimley Horn. I'm the traffic engineer who prepared the traffic study. When we look at whether it's an appropriate time to collect traffic count data, we've been watching the pandemic closely the entire time, waiting to try to get the best data that we absolutely can. There was a big increase in the return of students to in-person learning after spring break in all the districts, including, as the gentleman shared, your district as well. And the challenge was to prepare a traffic study for Planning and Zoning, at Planning and Zoning's request. We rushed to get that data before school got out to try to get the absolute best data that we could at the time that we were requested to move forward with the study. So obviously, as we've discussed, we need to work through any comments on the traffic study that city staff have. If we want to look at growth factors, if we want to collect new data, there are lots of options there. Ultimately, the development will have to comply with the traffic impact criteria that are outlined in the Unified Development Code. So per that, we cannot degrade an intersection below a level of service D without providing proposed mitigation. So we have a traffic study submitted. It's under review. If we need to reopen the discussion about the traffic counts, we can absolutely do that. But as a condition of development, they will have to comply with those UDC criteria. And so that's still before us to come.
Okay, I think the thought is that everything else for your traffic study can stay as is, but if you were to obtain some new numbers, let's just say like Mr. West suggested, maybe next Tuesday or Wednesday, that would give you time to plug in those new counts by the time we meet again for our
So one of the
vote.
challenges is if we actually want to talk about the best quality data, it's not the first week of school. So nothing is normal about the first week of school in any district. And so just like we try to stay away from holidays, we try to stay away from any disruption. I was unaware of senior skip week. That's not something that's published on SCUSD's calendar. That's definitely something they don't advertise when you ask, are any seniors going to go to school this week? So, that's definitely a consideration. We can look at that and we can see what an appropriate time would be, but it's not next week. I mean, that's just my opinion as someone who's been, neck deep in data for years. That's not a normal week in Cibolo either.
From a traffic perspective, is there a way for you to be able to model if that, was it 17 acres or so, was actually developed as commercial, neighborhood commercial? I know it wouldn't be exact because you wouldn't have the cars, but based on other like developments that would be maybe that size, is there a way to kind of give us a good estimate of what that traffic flow would be to compare to a TIA that's being used for the school?
So that's a really tough comparison for 17 acres, not knowing what those land uses would be. So if you get a Starbucks or a Chick-fil-A or one of those uses in there, you know what their breakfast lines look like. So you're not, it's so dependent on the individual uses that go in. There's no apples to apples. And that's why, the main goal is just look at the proposed use before you. Can we comply with the Unified Development Code? And we will do that.
Councilman, I would just add one thing that we all kind of forget unless we actually think about it is, if you've got a school, it's open Monday through Friday, basically 8 to 3 or 4 o'clock. Lots of holidays, all the Christmas break, closed all summer, and closed every weekend. So a commercial shopping center, you're going to have traffic every day of the week, holidays or not. So schools are pretty good about not having traffic in summer and holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. West, you had another point?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I think that May 25th was Steele's graduation, so it wasn't really senior skip week. So, and also, if we're not, you know, the number crunchers aren't going to do the first week of school, they shouldn't do the last week of school either. May 27th was the date that schools finished, which was a half day. You, me, a lot of people and parents know it's going to be a lack day. We start our summer vacations early, we leave with our children. So if we're not going to do the first week of school because the numbers are skewed, I'm sure the last week's even worse. So why do it the last week of school? That's
Thank
all.
you.
Thank
That
you.
was my thought as well.
Thank you.
And that
Yes.
would not have been my first choice of weeks, but we were trying to respond to Planning and Zoning's request to provide something, to provide a complete traffic study, and so we looked at, as normal as Cibolo looked at the time, and went for it to try to get as good a data as we could.
Well, and then perhaps the right course of action is if the numbers are going to be very low on the May 26th date and they're going to be very high next week, then you just take the average. That's just a thought.
Well, and at this point, I don't know timeline-wise, I mean, obviously, time is of the essence, but if we're gonna reopen it, an average is also not really super great.
Okay.
And
Well,
your numbers
we
are going to
should-
be skewed anyways, because last year, not everybody was going to school, and then this year, everybody's going to be going to school, so you're going to have skewed numbers anyways. So I don't know that there's a right way to do this.
Right. Well, I'm just speaking, maybe they should sit down with staff and because I know the objective for your group is to get this passed. So we're just trying to give you some helpful suggestions. So that's all.
Mayor?
Ms. Walker?
Real quick, I know staff, last year, we did a traffic count at Bentwood Ranch and Cibolo Valley Drive.
At the crossing, yes, sir.
At the crossing.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we can use that as a litmus, right? Because it's not too much further down the road from where that is at. We just did a traffic study not too long because we wanted to put a four-way stop up over there.
And there were 24-hour tube counts and other data that went into your roadway impact fee study, and the through volumes that we observed on Cibolo Valley Drive were consistent with that, and that was a pre-pandemic, early March 2020 was what the dates had said. So the data we collected had the same number of through volumes. So while the turning volumes, you know, observationally may not have been quite what some of the neighbors feel was exactly the right number, the through volumes on Cibolo Valley Drive, which would be the, I don't want to say competition, but the vehicles that are going through as people are trying to enter and leave the school, were consistent with a pre-pandemic volume.
Thank you. Claudia, are you going to speak on this item or the next one? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
First, I'd like to say, judge not lest ye be judged. Secondly, the way we show mercy is the way mercy is shown back to us. Okay, my name is Claudia Walker, and I live at 141 Ozuna Drive. I'm here to discuss or present to you as a citizen, as a professional educator with 2 master's degrees and almost a doctorate, and a lover of education and children. I have a different view or perspective about the traffic, about the cup, about whether it should be here or not. My perspective is what happens with the children who go to a charter school and don't perform, or maybe even don't get the support they need, and then they're put back into Cibolo Universal City Independent School District without any support. We are coming out of a time when children were taught at home, so there are lots of gaps. And I say taught at home, and teachers are going to kill me for saying that. But there are lots of gaps in education because they did online learning. Okay, that's the bottom line. And so we're hoping that we go back this year, or the children go back this year, and that they can close some of those gaps. My concern, and I've heard of Legacy, and I have family members in Arizona that go to Legacy charter schools, but my concern as a professional educator and as the person who values education and the education of our children in a literate society is that when they can't perform at Legacy for some reason, because it's a charter school, and I do understand, because it's a charter school, you can pick and choose, whereas in a public school you can't. And so when those kids, if they end up having to go back into the public school and maybe had discipline problems, or there were problems that the charter school couldn't address, and they go back to the public school, then they're going to have a gap, and it's going to be a lose-lose situation for that particular child. I can't speak for every child, I can't speak for every parent, but what I can speak for is what I know from experience as a professional educator, having taught from kindergarten through college, that some charter schools are phenomenal, and they do a great job. But I also know that Cibolo Universal City Independent School District is phenomenal, and they do a great job. That's it for me.
Thank you, Claudia. Is anyone else? Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Hi. Good evening. Richard Simpson, 105 Brookbend in Braywood. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come up and speak, and I do want to thank Legacy and the folks who set up the meeting last night. It was very informative. Lots of good information was shared with us. I see the value in offering different educational choices, right? And I see the value of competition, and I see the value of options for parents, right? So I think those are all value added. I guess I just have some remaining questions that I would like staff and the council to consider and think through. And before I talk about that, Mr. Mayor, when I was there for last time, my understanding was that you had asked staff to get back with me on a couple items, the supermajority issue, the sales tax issue, and I've not heard back from them. And then for the folks from Legacy, when we had spoken last night, you had promised to give me the numbers on the deltas for the traffic, and I have not gotten those yet. So if that's possible, I'd still like to get that information just for review. I guess for me, I think it's important so that we can make informed responses to the staff and to the council, is that the traffic study be made available, right, so that citizens can look at that if that option is there. And also make sure that the staff has sufficient amount of time to review that, to make sure that the information that's presented is accurate, and then whatever recommendations that may come with that could be fully developed, and that we not rush things, right? Because once we put things in place, it's very difficult to change, obviously, right? Particularly involve physical structures and the like. I did like the design that Legacy has put forth, and the buffer around the buildings with the surrounding homes and things like that, and I think that's good. Far, far better option than apartments, right? And I understand also that we don't know what other commercial properties might go in there and the pluses and minuses of that, right? And so I think that's an important thing for us to consider. I guess so one thing I'd like to hear from the council and have some promises on is the timing of the repair of Cibolo Valley Road, and then the construction that's going to happen here if it gets approved. Because the concern would be that, you know, we're in the middle of doing the road repair, right? But we're also trying to build the facility, and how we would handle the heavy traffic going in and out of that site, and if that would cause any damage to the roads that are being repaired, to make sure that doesn't happen, especially the amount of money that we're spending. And I know that our councilman, Mr. Allen, had talked about the city code has been updated to make sure that the traffic that is on Cibolo Valley Drive, and when that is repaired, is better weight loaded, weight bearing, right, so that we won't have the same issues that we're having now. But I think the timing of that is very important, so it won't have secondary and tertiary consequences. For example, if Cibolo Valley Road was under construction and down to 2 lanes versus 4 lanes, right, and we were trying to have the kids transition in and out of the school, that could complicate whatever problems might exist. So I just asked the staff and the council to consider that, and if we could put some things in place or to think through that timing if it is improved. I also would really like to make sure that there are specific recommendations that come out of staff's review of the traffic study, and there's things that need to be either done by the city or there's things that needs to be done by Legacy to mitigate any impact on the community as a whole and the surrounding neighborhoods, that those be put in place before construction started. Because again, once it happens, it'll be that much more difficult to expect them to make updates if we've already approved it, right? And so I think that's important for us as a city to make sure that's in place and done prior to construction. I know there was some conversations last night about some of the exit points from Legacy and some of the opposite streets and concerns over traffic flowing. And I forgot, what was that street, sir? The one that you're really worried about, the through street? But not Cove, but the one coming out of Bentwood Ranch, right? About people using that as a bypass. There's a way that maybe they could put a triangle when they exit Legacy so that it would direct traffic away from that street. I think there's just things that we could do so that if you do vote for this, that the impact could be minimized and there'd be a success all around. So, any questions for me?
I just want to make a comment. And Mr. Reed, can we make sure that if this does get approved or whatever the case might be, that we work with Legacy Construction, all that sort of stuff, because we are going to be doing some major road work on Cibolo Valley all the way from Wiederstein down, you know, putting quite a bit of money into it so that we don't have any damage to the road as they're doing this construction. So we just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that.
Right. And so just in conclusion, before you vote, I think it's important that we have an accurate traffic study, that if it needs to be updated, it's updated, that we have a thorough analysis by city staff and the engineers, and that if there are any recommendations that come out of that study on changes to the design or the traffic flow in and out, that those be communicated to Legacy and those be agreed upon before any approval is given, so that we have that agreement in writing prior to the start of construction. Thank you.
Your last name again? I'm sorry.
Simpson?
Simpson. Thank you.
Also, just to clarify, Mr. Simpson, we won't be voting on this tonight. This is just the public hearing. This, the second public hearing after, the first one was obviously a P&Z, and then this one is here tonight. So we will not be taking a vote on this tonight.
Right, understand. My concern would be that if we close the public hearing tonight, right, and then it comes before council on the 24th, I believe, right, for a vote.
Yes.
Is there going to be an opportunity prior to that vote for the results of that study by city staff to be presented to the community as a whole, along with any potential solutions that should be in place? Because once you vote, if you vote in approval, right, then whatever's set before you that night and you vote and that becomes, I guess for lack of a better word, law, right, the changes to that becomes more complicated. So I just wanted to make sure that if there are supposed to be any kind of revisions or tweaks, so to speak, to it, that those preferably be done before the vote so that it's all set in code or law or whatever the right term is. That would be my recommendation.
No, points well taken. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Time is now 7:28. I'd like to close the public hearing. Next, we have another public hearing. Cibolo City Council will hold a public hearing to hear public testimony concerning the rezoning of approximately 15 acres out of a 30-acre parent tract located north of the intersection of FM 1103 and Knights Crossing from the current zoning of neighborhood commercial C1 to multifamily residential.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is also the continuation of the public hearing that was held on July 27th with council, which we will also be closing tonight. In your packet is the application, site survey, as well as the 200-foot notification map and responses. And the applicant is proposing garden-style apartments and with an approximate 18 dwelling units per acre, which falls within the MF1 zoning. Access for this site will be provided from 1103 and the proposed Knights Crossing, where the developer of this property is also developing the planned unit development Buffalo Crossing 2 subdivision. The site is primarily surrounded by drainage, detention, commercial, and public right-of-way. Access to the site will be improved by the proposed four-way intersection with a light on Knights Crossing and 1103. The public hearings for this item was held with P&Z at their July 14th meeting, City Council at the July 27th meeting and continuing tonight. The proposed ordinance is for August 24th. We've had citizens input that stated that they would have concerns with possible traffic increases on FM 1103. If you have any questions for staff, I'll be more than happy to answer them. I believe the applicant was going to make a presentation at the ordinance agenda item at your next meeting on August 24th.
Mayor, I've got a question. I don't know if the city manager got with y'all. I just notified him this afternoon, but, or maybe it was yesterday afternoon, that, is it my understanding that they've purchased more property adjacent to them that is multifamily too?
So that one is the land study for Buffalo Crossing 2, and that one is going before Planning and Zoning Commission tomorrow night. It doesn't have anything with this multifamily property, the C1 that's on the map. If you look to the north, that MF2, yes, they have acquired a sliver of that area that is all proposed for parkland, and they also acquired some SF5 zoning property that's in between the PUD.
And none of it is multifamily too?
As being proposed as developed? No, sir.
Okay.
It's zone MF2, the property that they acquired, but they are only proposing parkland in that zone multifamily area.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Council, any more commentary? Time is, let's see, we're not to the time. Is anyone here to speak on this item? All right, we're going to close the public hearing. Time is now 7:31.
Thank you.
All right, next item is executive session. The council meeting executive session is authorized by Texas Government Code 551.071. Consultation with attorney to discuss the consultation regarding possible claim lawsuit regarding the final plat of Legacy Trail subdivision. Time is now 7:32. Oh, I thought I saw him walk in. Yes, ma'am. So, and then where are we going to do our
Mr. Okay, is it open? Thank you.
Okay, the time is now 8:27. We're reconvening in open session. Item number 8, discussion action to reconsider the denial of final plat of Legacy Trails Subdivision Unit 1 within the city's ETJ.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to bring a few things to light. First and foremost, I want planning and zoning to know that we, as a council, support you 100% in everything that you do. And we wish that y'all had some information that y'all didn't have at the time of this, at the time when y'all denied the plat. What's come to light is that there's been funding that has been secured by GV SUD. So with that funding being secured, a lot of other things had to have taken place. So before I make a motion, what I want to say is this, is that going forward as a council, as a city, we are working with our city manager, city staff, to put processes and procedures in place to ensure the safety of everybody within the city of Cibolo, to include those out in the ETJ. But because this funding has been secured, we're, I believe that we're only left with one option, and there's maybe some other council members that may beg to differ with me. But I want to say this as well. Going forward, as we work with builders, we want builders that come in here that want to be true partners, that don't want to try to sidestep work, that don't want to try to put up road stops or roadblocks in order to get things accomplished. We want true partnership. And I'm going to say this from the dais, I do not believe that that's what we're getting with this current builder. However, with that being said, I'm going to make a motion to reconsider and actually approve the final plat of Legendary Trails Subdivision Unit 1 within the city's ETJ.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. We'll start with the roll call. Councilman Quinn.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye. Nay. Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Moving ahead, we're going to jump into item number 12B, approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the City of Cibolo calling for a special election to be held on November 2nd, 2021 in the City of Cibolo to submit propositions on amendments to the City of Cibolo Home Rule Charter. Mr. Garza.
Mayor and Council, per the direction of the City Council at the last meeting, we were directed to prepare an ordinance for propositions specifically in accordance with the Charter Commission's recommendation. The Charter Committee made recommendations that there will be approximately 12 propositions on the ballot. Specifically, the language in your ordinance identifies specifically the propositions as well as the ballot language that the voters would see. Proposition 1 specifically is just clarifying and amending various charter provisions to bring them in conformance with state law or to make them easier to read. There's no substantive changes with Proposition 1. With Proposition 2, it's to revise the 7 single-member districts to 4 council districts and 3 at large. The transition language that was included was recommended by Mayor Pro Tem Hicks. And basically, the transition language, the election in November of this year would stay the same. The election for November of the following year would also stay the same. And then after that election, we would then go out for demographers, and the language makes it clear that the first election, with regards to when we would have the first election, that would be in compliance with the proposition, and let me specifically get to that transition language. And I can't seem to find it. Here we go. The transition language is found on page 5 of the ordinance, and it specifically states that the census information would receive we would hire a demographer no earlier than November 15th, 2022. That demographer would create those 4 new districts of the city, and then the 4 council members elected in November of, again, 2021 would stay in place as under the current charter. The 3 council members elected in November 22 will continue to serve in the districts that they're elected as they are currently in place. And the first election, because there is no election in November of 2023, November 2024, elections will be for newly created districts 1 and 4, and at-large council districts 5 and 6. And then in November of 2025, elections will be for the newly created districts 2 and 3, and at-large council district 7 and the mayor. So that would be the transition language. We think that would be the best. After the census information comes, as we all know, everybody's going to be looking for demographers. We would get an extra year to put together the demographer or the plan. Proposition 3 would change the current term limits. The current term limits are for 2 3-year terms. This change would change it to 3 3-year terms. Proposition 4 would allow for compensation of the mayor and council. No, you cannot retire yet, because the compensation would be $100 per month for council members and $150 per month for the mayor. If the voters were to approve it, it would not go into effect until that newly council member is elected. So it would take an election for you to be reelected or elected into office for that compensation to come into play. Proposition 5 would make it clear that the mayor pro tem shall be elected annually in the first meeting, regular meeting in December. Proposition 6, to clearly identify the powers of the city council that are authorized under current state law or city charter. If you look at Proposition 6, it identifies all the powers that the city council has. And we brought, and the Charter Commission recommended those from various provisions of the charter where they're all scattered or under state law, and they're now condensed into one section. Proposition 7, the city charter, to clarify the required qualifications for the city manager. It was confusing as to some of the requirements, so the Charter Commission wanted to make it clear that it could be a current city manager, an assistant city manager, or someone with administrative experience would be able to qualify for the position. Proposition 8 would clarify that the city secretary, while reporting to the manager for administrative purposes, may only be disciplined or removed by office by the city council. Proposition 9 amended to increase the term of the municipal judge. Currently, the municipal judge is for a 2-year term, and it's supposed to coincide with the mayor's term. So we modified that for a 3-year term to also, again, coincide with the mayor's term of office. Proposition 10, to amend to clarify the length of time signatures are valid for petition for initiative, to make it consistent already with recall and referendum. There was no language in the initiative side of the charter as to how long signatures were good for, so we just simply made it consistent with recall and referendum. Proposition 11 was to, if the city were to issue general obligation bonds that have been issued but not expended, and the city wanted to use them for something else, because they had money left over, the project was already paid for, they are required to have a public hearing if they're going to reuse the money for something else. And then finally, Proposition 12, under your current charter, you're required to have 10 members on the Charter Commission. The Charter Commission felt that should be more flexibility, so it would change members for no less than 7 and no more than 15. Those are the 12 propositions that were recommended by the commission that are in your ordinance that the commission, as you heard, recommends for the council to call the election and for those propositions to go to the voters.
Make a motion to approve of the ordinance of the City of Cibolo calling for special election to be held on November 2nd, 2021, in the City of Cibolo to submit propositions on amendments to the City of Cibolo Home Rule Charter.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Frank. Item number 9, I believe we're going to pull one of the items, but item C, but item 9A, B, D, and E, do we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve consent agenda as written with the exception of item 9C.
Second that.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Reed, staff update.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Technically challenged there, so thank you, Peggy, for helping me out. All right. My first 4 updates are on staffing. So the first one is that we will be meeting with our finalists for the finance director this Friday. Second, the ED director candidates, I will be turning my attention to review these candidates this week and narrow that field down and begin an interview process for the economic development director. Third is the executive assistant recruitment. That's the city manager's executive assistant. I'm seeking to make a decision by the end of this month on that position. Again, reviewing candidates and moving forward. On the IT director recruitment, we are working on a recruitment brochure and aiming to have this recruitment posted by the end of August. So we would have about a 30-day period, look to sometime in October select candidates for semifinalists and moving forward through that process. In the meantime, so that we are maintaining our organization safely and at an operational level from an IT perspective, we are putting things in place to help our organization have resiliency. So our former IT director, Chris McDaniel, while he will be starting his new job next week, he is going to work part-time in the evening hours to do things that an IT professional can do remotely, such as working on our system and our servers. And he will be working closely with Chris Martinez, who is still with us. I'm also looking, and Mr. McDaniels also reached out to Shirts, the city of Shirts, to ask them if they could help support us should Chris need anything in this interim period. And Shirts was gracious to say, yes, we will assist when needed. Beyond that, we're also reaching out to firms that can step in and provide in-person support to help Chris Martinez as he's working on a day-to-day basis. So that'll be on an as-needed basis, and we are just looking into that right now. So moving from personnel, I wanted to give you an update on COVID-19 protocols. With what has been in the news and with what the chamber president spoke to tonight, I'd like to make a presentation to council at the August 24th city council meeting to discuss the potential impacts of this increase in COVID positivity in our region and in the county on the health and safety of our employees and customers, as well as the continuity of our services. And so what this may look different to you all is that I'm coming to you to say, here's the current state in our area. Based upon this and the recommendations from the CDC and other organizations in the state, here are some things happening from our service delivery level that I'd like to make sure we're on the same page. And so with your direction, we'll be putting protocols into place to make sure that we're protecting the health and safety of our employees and ensuring that we're doing the best we can to have continuity of services. So look for that on August 24th. City Hall update, as you know, we successfully moved back into City Hall yesterday. Our HVAC contractor has been in the building to continue to make modifications to the AC system and to fix a drain pipe that was improperly installed, and fixing the damage related to that. That's not impairing our ability to be in the building safely. We will be providing staff with regular updates and we'll be monitoring the building for the coming months. I need to be convinced that we have a HVAC system that can maintain humidity levels and not put us back in the same situation that we found ourselves in when I started. So I'll continue to give council updates on that. On Bolton Road and Santa Clara Road construction, Mr. Klein has been providing the update, so I want to give you a verbal update here. So we were wanting to follow up on Green Valley Sud communication and meetings to discuss reimbursement to the city for the added cost of the Santa Clara Road construction. So on August 3rd, Mr. Klein met with the GV Sud staff, Pat Allen, the GM, Morgan Goodwin, program coordinator, Gary Montgomery, the system engineer, and Philip D. Francisco, assistant GM, to discuss reimbursements to the city for added costs of Santa Clara Road project. You'll remember you directed us to look into this and ask directly this question. So Mr. Allen was concerned that the contractor, R.L. Jones, had been paid for all of their retainage and the project was closed. He stated that he would take the matter to the next Board of Directors meeting on August 26th. So we are pursuing this and we will have a presence at that meeting. On Monday, August 9th, Mr. Klein and Mr. Foose met with the GV Sud staff and the engineer, as well as Josh Jones of R.L. Jones, the contractor that had installed the sanitary sewer line. It was agreed that the city's engineer would have a geotech examine the existing trench backfill and make a recommendation on proper improvements to be made prior to D&D, the city's contractor for the road construction, to begin work on Bolton Road right away. Now, as far as the status of completion of the work, the Santa Clara drainage improvement projects have been completed. Santa Clara Road project is approximately 90% done. The remaining work included the final asphalt and striping on Santa Clara. Work on Bolton Road has not begun, as you know. However, what Mr. Klein was able to tell me tonight is that within the next week or so, D&D Construction will be back out there working on that road. As soon as they start, Mr. Klein will get a more firm update. How quickly can they get this done? We are well aware that AWTX has a ceremony scheduled in September, and Mr. Klein has been pushing for us to be able to proceed with Bolton Road construction so that that road is not in the current state when that event occurs. That's my update on Santa Clara Road and Bolton Road. We'll continue to provide updates to council as GV Sud considers our request and as our contractor gets back to work on Bolton Road. I want to provide you an update on the Utility System Revenue Refunding Bond, Series 2021. I won't bore you with what your past action was, but what's exciting is that tomorrow morning they will be opening the bids for the refunding of these bonds. And so later in the morning, I will be on a call with some staff to hear what the winning bid was. As soon as I receive an update from our consultant, Victor Koroga, and I'm sure I butchered that name, I apologize, I will send council an update on that winning bid, which is saving our ratepayers and our city hundreds of thousands of dollars. Those are all my updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Moving on to item 11, discussion action items. A, presentation and direction to staff on the impact fee update collection rate consideration by Freeze and Nichols. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're heading towards the end of this impact fee update program. The Capital Improvements Advisory Committee has met 3 times over the past few months, and also, in addition, had a meeting with the City Council. Tonight here is Mr. Eddie Haas and Ms. Jessica Vassar with Freeze and Nichols to give you a presentation on and get some direction from Council on percentage of impact fees that you would like to see the committee to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rudy. Good evening. Eddie Haas with Friesen Nichols. So the presentation I have for you tonight, and to advance it, is there a clicker?
Just raise your hand, let them know.
I think you're supposed to clap.
Okay, so agenda-wise, there we go. Talk just a brief overview on the process that we went through as part of the program update, a little bit about the advisory committee, and then more importantly, a brief overview on the technical work, and then getting into some considerations on collection rates. So item number one is Rudy kind of alluded to by way of process, and hopefully you can see this image here. There is a very rigorous process that's required by 395 of the Texas Local Government Codes, a technical process followed by the public process. And what the image shows along the top row is some of the key meeting dates for Capital Improvements Advisory Committee meetings, some noticings that's required for where we're ultimately going, and that's the August 24th public hearing here in 2 weeks. On the lower level are some of the key points for the development of all of the technical work. But one of the key components, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, was working through the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. And here is the list of those folks that were part of that committee, and it was a very good committee. We had some very good questions from this committee throughout the process, things ranging from legal through technical. So kudos to the composition for this committee, and so those folks there that are on that committee ought to be recognized for that work. But one of the key elements out of this whole impact fee program is as impact fees is strictly a finance tool, is who's going to pay for growth. We've identified in the impact fee report that there's a lot of infrastructure costs associated with programmed roads, water, wastewater, and drainage capital improvements plans as part of the CIP. And someone's going to pay for that, whether through an impact fee program, the program that you've had in place since 2008, it's the development sharing in the cost of that without impact fees that puts the burden on your existing tax base and rate payers. So philosophically, with the impact fee program since 2008, that approach has been taken. So where we are as part of this mandated update is what should we ask new development to, or what should we ask of new development by way of a collection rate to contribute as part of this update. So on the slide I mentioned earlier, there's a very involved technical process, and basically that's to get to what's the unit of cost to provide these infrastructure components. We've done all that, documented all of that in the final report. That report has been made available since July 24th, the 30-day mandated noticing, or at least 30 days in advance of the public hearing. But where we are now is the policy side of things. We've calculated how much it costs to put unit of service on the ground. Now before us is what do we want to be considering by way of a collection rate and asking new development to chip in on the unit cost basis. As mentioned earlier, working with the advisory committee, there's a listing of all the dates that we've had really 4 meetings with them. And they have one more item before you, or from them, and that's the submittal of a recommendation letter. That letter, I think, has come to city staff today. It was formally signed, I believe, yesterday. And on that recommendation letter, the advisory committee, they recommended adoption of the land use assumptions, the capital improvements plans as defined. They concurred with how we derive the technically derived cost per service unit. And the recommendation was for council to consider collecting up to the maximum allowable collection rate. So in other words, consider collecting up to 50% thresholds. I call out that 50% threshold because we've credited the cost of the CIP by 50% outside of not doing the credit analysis. The law requires that we consider that, or we have to apply that 50% credit. So advisory committee said, yes, we think you ought to collect the maximum, and we think you ought to collect up to the 50%, leaving that in your purview of what that ought to be. They didn't define a specific number, but they felt that it ought to go to the absolute maximum. So what we have there on the table, we have kind of a summary, and the summary is kind of highlighted on the following slides. For the roadway component, we have 3 service areas that Cibolo is divided in, and each one of the little bubbles highlights the cost per service unit. We had a low of $13.92 in service area 3. You might see that's kind of in the greenish color or the bluish green. And then in the yellow or the greenish yellow color is the highest cost per service unit at $21.75. Service area 1, which is really the area north of 78, that calculation came out to be $2,100 a service unit. We have the living unit equivalent or the actual impact fee for each one of those service areas, and you can see the variation in cost. That's because we have a different calculated rate for each one of those service areas. So that's what policy decision we're going to have to be thinking about what we want to do with that, and we'll talk about that here in a second. On the next slide, the water and wastewater components are highlighted. The water had a maximum cost per service unit of $18.39 on the left. On the right, the wastewater had a cost of $8.73 per service unit. The drainage component, there were 5 drainage basins that span Cibolo. The drainage basins within that covered the city and the ETJ, as long as they're within the drainage basin, is what was used in the calculation. We did have 3 service areas that actually had capital improvement projects. So we had a range anywhere from a low of 0 because of no capital projects to a high of 91 cents a square foot. That's a square foot of impervious surface. Okay, so in most of those, the cost range were within the Town Creek Basin, the Dietz Cibolo Creek Basin, and the Upper Santa Clara Basin. Okay, so what's before you is the collection rate. And so what this table does, it summarizes 2 things. On the top box is the actual collection rates that you have in place by ordinance now. In terms of both in the white area, what was the calculated maximum that you can consider, and in the kind of the yellowish orange shaded area, what is by ordinance what you are collecting. And basically in 2013, the decision was to collect up to the maximum allowable. So 100% of 50, if you will, but the maximum allowable. Here we are in 2021. We have the updated numbers for each of the components. The drainage has been expanded because we've had that now calculated by individual drainage basin. And then the roadway was expanded from the north-south structure to service areas 1, 2, 3 because we had the I-10 corridor area, so we have that broken up by 3. So we have the calculated maximums in the white boxes, the cost per service unit, the actual cost per service unit, and what that might be with the 50% credit. And then the advisory committee recommendation. Now we show 2 numbers just because I don't want to get you confused. We have the cost per service unit, which is one thing, and then we have the actual impact fee, or what you all have been looking at as the living unit equivalent. So I wanted to show both of those just so that you would know that there are both numbers that are listed there, okay? But it does show that the advisory committee recommendation was to collect up to that maximum allowable. So with the unit cost that's available, or the unit cost that's been calculated on the next slide, we have kind of the formula that will be undertaken by staff of how you calculate the fee. Really not that much different than before. There is the only real difference is in the nuance there is the roadways. It's kind of a 2-step process. And that's based on the size of development and type of development, how many service units of demand, say a 500 square foot or 500 dwelling unit residential development would generate, and depending on the collection rate, that's how you would calculate it. So you're able to, by different land uses, have that, be able to calculate those things out. On the next slide, I have kind of a walk through an example. And that is, in this example, is a single-family development located in service area 1, or really kind of in that pink area north of 78, just for example purposes. And service area 1 with a collection rate of, and we just said, assuming you wanted to adopt the service area 1 rate, the 2,100 or the maximum allowable per vehicle mile, the water at the maximum allowable, the 1839, the wastewater at 873, and then that area is where the star is showing is in the Upper Santa Clara, which is at 76 cents a square foot of impervious surface, what the actual impact fee might be. And so we walk through For the roads, there's that two-step process. One dwelling unit times its service unit equivalent, or the service unit generation, then times the impact fee of $2,100. And so a single-family residence for a road would generate an impact fee of $38.64. Water, wastewater would be $1,830.39 and $873. And then drainage, we assumed a 3,000 square foot single-family lots of impervious surface. That's the home plus driveway, things like that. That would generate an impact fee of about $22.80. Or summarily, the overall impact fee for each of the components would be $8,856. This is just a pure example, and we're going to walk through some samples here on benchmarking, but I wanted to highlight that there's a methodological process for each one of those, and the reason for that, different land use types, intensity of demand that's generated, got to be able to kind of walk through that technically, okay? We did, you might recall from our workshop on the next, we have what we call benchmarking, and and here's where we were kind of doing some scenarios of what would an impact fee be. And so we're going to walk through a couple of scenarios here, but first I want to compare just the base unit of where things are. And so what we have on this chart here is the impact fee for a single family residence, just the roadway component only, okay? So what we're showing is we're on each individual bar on the far left, that's the Cibolo maximum allowable, the impact fee that's calculated now. That's the maximum you could go to. Second bar from left is New Braunfels, what they're currently collecting for single-family residents. Then we also have Shirts in the middle. Then we have the current collection rate for Cibolo by ordinance where you are. And then we have Seguin on the far right. And so you can kind of see on your current collection rate, the second bar from the right, in the north you're collecting 1,090 for a single-family residence, in the south 1,940. In the far left bar, this is now the new ceiling of where you could go by way of collection rate if you collected that absolute maximum. The only nuance there is that because each one of those service areas, there's 3 for roads, there's a different calculated collection or cost per service unit, it results in a different impact fee for each service area. So in service area 2, the maximum you could go to is $4,002. Service area 1, the maximum you could go is $38.64. And the maximum you could go in service area 3 is $25.61, okay? I'm calling that out because that's going to present kind of a policy consideration we need to be thinking about, okay? On the next slide here, we show that same single-family residence, what's the implication by way of water and wastewater. And we hit the water is in blue, the wastewater in green. We have, from the left, we have numerous cities highlighted. We have New Braunfels, we have Bastrop, Buda, San Marcos, Kyle. Right smack dab in the middle at 5,365 is Cibolo under your current ordinance. Then we have Shirts, Universal City, Seguin, SAWS, or the San Antonio Water District, Green Valley, and on the far right is the Cibolo, the new calculated number at 2712. So a significant drop from where you are now, 5,300 to 2,700. But where we want to go is in the next slide in looking at the combination of all of the components, including the drainage, okay? And so this same series of bar charts shows all of these individual cities in the roads and the drainage for Cibolo, New Braunfels, Seguin, and Shirts. And so we're first column on the far left, that's New Braunfels. Then we have Bastrop. Then we have Cibolo under the proposed maximum. So it's the third bar, 8,856. And where is that align? Right next to it is at 8,320 is your current existing north zone. I'm sorry, the south zone for Cibolo. And so by looking at the combined numbers, wrapping it all up in toto, the south service zone at 8,300. I'm sorry, and right next to it at 7,400 is the north service zone. The maximum you could collect at 8,856 in service area 1. It shows where you would be. While water and wastewater was down, roads is up quite a bit, and so that kind of, in essence, balances it out. So if you all are thinking we want to take the recommendation from the advisory committee and collect the maximum allowable, what you have been collecting by way of a single-family residence, the new number is it places you generally in the ballpark slightly higher from where you have been collecting in the north-south, okay? So we show this chart just so that we can look at the total effect of the individual components, but then how it all summarizes for the cost of one single-family residence. If we only called out service area 1, service area 2 would actually be slightly less at 8,500. Service area 3 would be a little bit below that at 7,100. All kind of in line of where you currently are by ordinance, okay? We took a look at a couple of other scenarios. On the next slide, we have the scenario of 170,000 square foot of shopping center. We had to make some assumptions on the number of the meter sizes for water and wastewater, and the size of impervious surface for stormwater. But to keep apples to apples, for each one of these cities, we kept those same assumptions, so we're able to calculate what that impact fee might be. But this scenario is 170,000 square foot of shopping/fulfillment. So this is kind of a new hybrid land use shopping center, but it's also kind of a fulfillment, electronics kind of fulfillment center where there could be some trucking associated with it, but nonetheless, it's still aimed at that kind of a combined scenario. Assumptions-wise, we assume 7 5/8-inch meters. I'm giving you a lot more detail, but we had to kind of make some across-the-board assumptions on water use so we could calculate this fee. But by way of the results, we have Seguin on the far left, 170,000 square feet of shopping fulfillment center in Seguin. The impact fee might be $331,000. In Schertz, it's $158,000. In New Braunfels, it's $546,000. And in Cibolo, in service area 1, the maximum that you could collect would be $541,000. That's down from the base calculation of existing Cibolo at $1.8 million. Did I get that right? Okay, that's down from the $1.8 million. And then we have the alternate calculation of $594. So it's down a little bit, or a lot of it in this case, but then again, that's a unique land use, okay? So we're still talking about, for 170,000 square feet of shopping fulfillment, an impact fee of in the realm of about $541,000, or up to 1.8 in the service area 1 zone for this land use, okay? We did another scenario of 250-unit multifamily complex and where Cibolo, by way of existing versus proposed, rates might fall relative to some of these peer cities. Seguin on the far left, for 250-unit multifamily, Seguin $410,000, Schertz $700,000, New Braunfels $913,000. Under the proposed maximum allowable for service area 1, it would be $776,000 here. In Cibolo, down a little bit from $996 under the current north zone rate, but up from your alternate calculation. The way your ordinance is written, you have two calculations. You have a maximum, and then you have an alternate, and then I think you pick Rudy, is it the lower of the two? The lower of the two. So the far column on the right, the 455, would increase to 776. So by way of the way your current ordinance is written, okay? We did two more scenarios. On the next one, we did a 2,500 square foot fast food. This is like your typical Whataburger or McDonald's. And where things would align by way of what that impact fee would be, on the far left column is Seguin, then the second column Schertz, third column New Braunfels. Under the proposed new rates, the impact fee would be $48,000, which is up significantly from your alternate calculation in the north zone of $27,000, okay? Down from the high that you could have under the maximum, but by way of your alternate and the way your ordinance is written, you would be currently collecting $27,000. So that's a pretty substantial increase. And then the final scenario is 100,000 square foot of light industrial. Summarily, the impact fee in Seguin, that might be $192,000. In Schertz, it's $101,000. In New Braunfels, it's $197,000. And then in Cibolo, under the maximum allowable, that fee would jump to $391,000, which is higher from the far right column, your alternate calculation of $131,000. So 100,000 square foot light industrial could go from 131 up to 391, summarily, okay? And that's general light industrial. We just assume nothing unique other than just general light industrial by way of assumptions. We assumed a 2-inch meter would address that kind of land use, okay? The reason I'm showing these scenarios is by way of the way your ordinance is written, you could have a jump in the cost, the actual impact fees. And so these scenarios kind of pointed that out from the way you currently have collections by way of that alternate calculation, if you will, okay? We did want to point out a couple of other things. We think this is kind of important. One more slide. And this is a couple of sample calculations in downtown. And the reason we're bringing this up is, as a policy consideration, you have the latitude to try to make a determination. Do we want to collect across the board some kind of collection rate that applies citywide? Do we want to make some special considerations, i.e. the downtown area, or if you wanted to make a consideration along the I-10 corridor, things like that? That's within your purview to do that as a policy, okay? All that is kind of tempered with the fact that if you decide you want to collect less for commercial uses in the I-10 corridor, then the flip side is then your tax base is picking up that difference, okay? So I've got to kind of keep that in mind. But we did some scenarios here, and we were in the kind of the downtown, we called it the downtown district development scenarios. But we looked at an expansion of an existing home. Let's say you have a 1,200-foot single-family home, and someone wants to go in there and they want to change it to, and we have 3 scenarios: retail, restaurant, and a residential expansion, and what that impact fee might be, okay? Now, they're already in existing use, but they're changing to something else in the first two, on the retail and the restaurant. So what's eligible for impact fee consideration is that net increase in square footage. So in scenario number 1, retail, we have an existing single-family unit or building that's 1,200 square foot. We want to add 800 square feet of expansion so that this whole thing can now be maybe a little retail or boutique shop or something. What would that impact fee be? Well, under Schedule 1, which is what's the actual impact that would be created by 800 square feet of addition, that actual impact fee is $1,400. But by way of Schedule 2 of what the maximum you can collect, it would be $738. We threw in another scenario if, let's say you wanted to try to incentivize, and in this example is you wanted to incentivize downtown redevelopment, trying to encourage some things for retail, more active downtown area, what that impact fee might be by way of 25% of collection rate. So that would be like one of those policies. In the downtown district, Cibolo shall have a maximum collection rate of 25% of max. Maybe that might be your policy consideration, or something to whatever you feel is most appropriate. In the restaurant expansion, the 1,200 square foot existing home or structure, we expanded by another 1,200 feet. That 1,200 feet is eligible or subject to the fee. What the actual impact is on the system is $2,200. The maximum you can collect by way of impact fee is $1,100. If you were to incentivize it and say, we'll collect 25% of max, that impact fee might be $500, $552, okay? The residential expansion, technically, nothing would change. It's a residential use. It's staying as residential. There is no impact fee. But what we are showing is what are the new collection rates based on the new calculation. But technically, there would be no fee for residential. So where we're going tonight is your direction on some policy considerations, and I have kind of summarized those here, right up top here. So we've calculated that maximum allowable. What's it cost to put the unit of service on the ground? We'll show that slide here in a second. Your decisions that you're going to have to provide direction on is, do we want to have an across-the-board fee? Like, in other words, we want the maximum allowable collection rate in each one of the service areas, which would result in a different number for each one of the roads, because you have 3 road service areas. In those 3 of the 5 drainage areas, that would be a different number, but that's the maximum allowable. If you wanted to have a uniform fee where you want it to be the same across the board, no matter where you are in Cibolo, you want it to be a certain amount of percentage of max, that number might vary. So in other words, you might be collecting 100% in one service area and might be collecting 60% in another. That's if you wanted to have it uniform across the board, okay? So I'm just pointing that out because some cities don't want to deal with one service area having a higher impact fee versus another service area, okay? Then I called out some of those special considerations, targeted reductions or any kind of specific land use consideration. You know, that's all within policy. Some communities have said, you know what, we want to encourage non-residential development. We'll have a reduction of 50%. That's policy driven. Okay, so I'm just calling those out, that there's alternatives there or some variations if you wanted to do those kinds of things. But I would like to point out that the advisory committee, per their recommendation, they felt that the maximum allowable across the board is what ought to be considered going forward. So in other words, that fee will be different in each one of those road service areas. You'll have a developer complaining to you that, wow, wait a minute, my 500 dwelling unit subdivision in the north zone or in service area 1 is X, and it could be Y in service area 2 or Z, and that's just the way it's going to be. But the advisory committee felt that the growth that's occurring, the cost of this infrastructure, we need to try to get out and capture the maximum allowable possible. So that's kind of what's before you tonight. So I'm bringing back that slide here, the one slide we showed up front, where we were collecting what we currently have on the ordinance and the whole set of top boxes, 2013, and where the calculated maximums are in 2021 and what that might be. I did want to point out that one uniform versus maximum on this next slide. Oops, I'm sorry, go back one. Oh, okay, never mind, ignore that. Advisory committee, since they said let's go with the maximum allowable, they didn't want to have that reduction in uniform. They just felt the maximum allowable. So on the next slide there, one last time, here you are. So we have the 2013 collection rates, we have the 2021 maximum allowable. The blank boxes there on the lower right are what we need to kind of fill in. So we have a couple of weeks before that public hearing when we have to have that answer kind of, the direction answered. But staff is looking for some direction on how to set up the final reports for that public hearing. In that public hearing, we will be providing you a summary of the land use assumptions, a summary of the capital improvements plans, a summary of this maximum at an executive level. But because it's the final public hearing, probably the development community may have some comments on collection rates and things like that. But that's where we're going, and I would like to then now open it up to you for any questions you might have regarding either the derivation of the maximum cost per service unit, some of the policy considerations, or anything you might have there by way of collections.
Questions from Mr. Haas?
Mr. Haas, on slide 11, it's the one where you had it was the map, the maximum fee by drainage service area. And there was Lower Cibolo Creek area and Lower Santa Clara, and they were both 0. Is that
because there's no
current
projects.
CIP now?
That's correct.
And I understand that. Is there a way to still go ahead and set something for contingency, say next year, or do you just update your ordinance if a CIP project happened to pop up out of necessity, and then you set something that's appropriate for that area?
The law is very specific. If there's no projects, you can't collect. But that doesn't mean that if the city decides now, hey, we need to move forward on a project, we can come back in. By law, we have to update the program at least every 5 years. That doesn't mean that we can't update it in 2 years because now there's a major drainage project in or the Upper Santa Clara is in. We need to recalculate it, and here's now the new rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And the only, when you talk about targeted reductions or a sliding scale, you know, for since obviously commercial development is something that we want, and I'm thinking more small business, and however maybe that's defined, there's an official definition of, you know, certain number of employees below. Maybe something for veteran-owned businesses to help spur some entrepreneurship in veterans. I mean, there are other groups that we could focus on, but that would be something I wouldn't mind discussing as a consideration.
So you'll want to be very specific in that. Like, for example, if you wanted to, within your downtown district, you wanted to have maybe a reduced collection rate, you would want to say, in the ordinance, we'd want to write, you know, impact fees in the downtown district, or whatever we call it. We have a map that's associated with it because it's by reference or reference to another study that formalizes that. That collection rate shall be whatever. If you mention businesses, if there's a certain type of business that's desired for incentives, we think that fulfillment or technology and research type facilities should come to Cibolo. We would offer a reduction in impact fees. We just got to be very specific of what those are. If a major employer brings 1,000 jobs to Cibolo, the impact fee shall be reduced by X. We just have to be very specific, and then that criteria has to be applied across the board. The reason I bring that up is I cited an example in North Texas. The council had the ability, and you will have the ability, to waive fees or consider reduced fees if that's part of the ordinance. One community wasn't applying that uniformly. Discount Tire had an impact fee of $12,000 right across the street. NTB had $4,000. So you just have to make sure that whatever criteria you define, it's applied consistently for fairness.
Okay. So my recommendation would be to provide a break for the shopping centers and the food restaurants,
okay,
you know, to incentivize those types of development in our city. Those are two things that we're lacking. We're not lacking for homes, and they're beating down the door for apartments to come here. And so, you know, those would be the two things that I would recommend. You know, we're doing a reduction less than the 50% that's recommended.
So one thing I would.
Sit-down restaurants or just any restaurants?
Well, his slide had fast food restaurants, 2,500 with drive-through, but yeah, if we can change that to sit down, I agree.
Sit down.
Yep.
So kind of look at these numbers, study these numbers, because the impact of a non-residential type land use, any kind of commercial, that impact is typically a lot higher than residential. And there is a demand that's placed on the system. So it's great that you want to consider, you want to reduce the collection rate for non-residential, but if you look at those numbers, you'll see much larger reductions in what that potential fee could be, because it's an actual impact to the system. So just be cognizant of that, that's all.
Any other questions? So I know this is something that's been worked on for quite a while, and I would encourage council to send any emails over on targeted businesses that we'd like to, you know, specifically Old Town and some of these others that you brought up. But we're going to leave it up to you guys, the experts, to let us know if we're overstepping or what some of the pitfalls could be.
So I would like to just go ahead and call that out here. There wouldn't be any overstep if you don't collect above 50% or that maximum.
Right.
It's your purview anywhere from 0 up to that 50% in each one for each one of the infrastructure components, and then for each one of those that have multiple service areas. So.
And it is at our discretion to waive down the road. So
and each community is different.
We're pretty safe zone.
Waco implementing a new system, they wanted to legacy businesses. They felt that anyone that's been in Cibolo and they want to expand, you know, this criteria. So it's kind of open. So if there's any direction, I hear reductions for certain non-residential uses.
And we'll send those by way of email.
Okay, we'll get with staff on that and get you something there.
Okay.
Well, the one thing that I've got is I noticed on the next agenda item, wastewater rates are looking to increase. So I have a different outlook on this. I think we need to go to the max across the board and just call it what it is. You know, max across the board is 50%, and not. And we've got that discretion when they come to us and say, hey, can you waive this? You know, we're going to do that. Then by all means, at that time, we can do that. But I think we just need to go max across the board. That's what our committee that we appointed, and we encourage them to go through this process with this company and with our staff. And that's what their recommendation is, and I'd say we take their recommendation and just move forward with this. This is something that we've been looking for a long time. I've been asking for it. I know Rudy's like, yeah, no.
Well, but
for a long
Good
time.
point, Mr.
So,
Hicks.
It is a very, it's an important point in the bigger picture of collection rates for your tax base.
Absolutely.
And the fact that that number has come down a little bit by way of the impact fee side, that's a consideration there.
All right. Well, thank you very much,
Bet.
Mr. Haas, for putting this together, and we look forward to approving it at next meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item B, presentation discussion by CCMA, Mr. Ellis, on the proposed tax increase for wastewater rates for Cibolo FY22 and through FY 2024. Mr. Foos, I thought I recognized you, Mr. Ellis. Come on up and give us the great news.
Great news, sir. Thank you all for having me out, Mayor, Council. Again, my name is Clint Ellis. I'm the General Manager of Cibolo Creek Municipal Authority. We provide wholesale wastewater service for the city of Cibolo. We operate lift stations, major interceptor lines, and the wastewater plant across the creek that y'all's flow goes to. I'm here to talk to you tonight about our wholesale wastewater rate to the city for fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. If you go to the next slide, please. So I'd like to start by saying these rates we presented a couple years ago. They're delayed a year, but my board elected to delay our planned increase for the current year. We felt we could take that step. Didn't really know how COVID, the shutdown, was going to affect our ratepayers, so we elected to push that for a year. But you can see between 22, 23, and 24, we're looking at a 12-cent increase in 22, FY22, an 8-cent increase in 23, and an 8-cent increase in 24. Total increase per 1,000 gallons for the entire 3-year period is 28 cents per 1,000 gallons. For just the coming fiscal year, FY22, for the average homeowner in the city of Cibolo, using y'all's winter water average, current winter water average of 5,500 gallons per month, you're looking at about 66 cents per month impact. Over the total of the 3 years, again, using the same winter water average, which could change some, you'd be looking at around $1.54 per month for the average homeowner inside the city. Next slide, please. This is the impact to the city per home. So we charge a couple of different ways. Single-family residences, we charge based on the winter water average. Each individual home is established a winter water average. They pay the city based on that. We establish a citywide winter water average and charge that for the entire city. Currently, you're paying $21.62 to CCMA. That would go to $22.28 per home in 22. In fiscal year 23, it goes to $22.72. Fiscal year 24 to go to $23.16. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison between the city of Cibolo and some of the other surrounding communities. You can see that y'all are pretty competitive. This is both CCMA's fee and the city of Cibolo's fee on top. Seguin's at $50.56, and this is assuming a static winter water average of 5,500 gallons. Saul's is at $40.16. NBU would be at $49.44. Marion would be at $72.30. City of Cibolo for 5,500 gallons would be $28.38. That's the cost to your homeowner for their wastewater service. And you can see some notes at the bottom. We do include y'all's base rate of 3,000 gallons in that calculation. The cause for these increases, I think Mr. Sherman was here a few weeks ago going over some of our capital projects.
Did an excellent job, by the way.
Good, I'm glad to hear it.
Great job.
The other issue is our cost of service is going up. Everything we do, our chemicals, our equipment, our fuels, our personnel costs, everything's going up. We're doing our best to keep prices low. We try to pass those increases along as we get them, smaller increases on an annual basis rather than a larger increase. We got chewed on a number of years ago for doing one big increase, and the general feedback we received from our customer cities was smaller increases spread out over time is easier to absorb. So that's the approach that we've been using.
And we realize that the costs are going up. I mean, everything's, and you know, what you presented here is very reasonable, and I think, you know, speaking on behalf of the citizens, we really appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
The only better news would be a reduction, but maybe we'll get that in 25. But no, thank you very much for keeping our costs low.
Yes, sir. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into further detail.
Just a comment. I think this is the standard for any type of briefs for council. 5 to 10 minutes. This is perfect. Bottom line up front. We know what's going on. Gives us good visual. Mr. Reed, if we could make a note of that for the future, hour-long briefs during council meetings just aren't conducive. Thank you.
Great job, Mr. Ellis, and Mr. Sherman did an excellent job. I look forward to coming and doing a visit through the plant, so thank you.
And I would like to extend that invite to council, to staff, anybody who wants to see our facilities and our operation. I love giving tours. It's my favorite part of the job. I'd be happy to show you all around.
That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Clint. Thank you very much for coming out.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Next, we have the discussion action on the Deer Creek project, the authorization for the city manager to execute an agreement on the parkland swap from Deer Creek Homeowners Association, approximately 0.208 acres of public property on our Deer Creek parkland and adjacent to the Deets Creek drainage channel, the 100-year floodplain. So this is an item that's come back up. I guess this is the formality here, Rudy, of an item that we discussed in the past. And do you want to add to it, Rudy?
I would. Thank you, Mayor. This is the, what's in your packet is the purchase agreement, the land swap, 0.208 acres. It was a recommendation by city attorney that we do go through and obtain a title, do a title search on the property first, and in contacting a title company, that will take about 3 to 4 weeks. So it's recommended that an approval of this agreement, this swap agreement, be made, conditioned that a clear title is received by the city.
So I think we're pretty much in agreement on this item already. So
I'll make a motion to approve 11C as written.
Second that motion.
But city attorney has a comment.
Is there, like Rudy said, city attorney office would recommend you approve it on the condition of a clean title commitment to be reviewed by staff and city attorney. That way it doesn't have to come back to you. We just have to wait for the title commitment.
Okay, so we'll add the condition.
You have to amend it, sir.
Additional on a title commitment to be approved by planning and engineering and city attorney's office. Approval conditional on clean title commitments.
So I'm going to approve 11C as written, with the exception of adding a condition
For the title commitment approved
for the title commitment
by planning and engineering and city attorney.
What the attorney just said. How's that?
And I'll second that amendment.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Mayor.
Motion carries. Thank you, Rudy. Next, we have the discussion action on the authorization of city manager to execute a purchase order for the acquisition of 2 dump trucks within the Texas VEMP grant program in the amount of $202,000 with Santex Truck Center.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I will be absolutely as brief as possible. This is the final step in this process. We've been to Council twice before. We asked for your permission to apply for the grant, and we obtained that grant. We asked for permission to execute the grant, and that was also awarded. This is the final step, which will allow us to actually order the vehicles. We anticipate the vehicles will be delivered to us within 90 to 120 days. One will be a 6-yard dump truck. One will be a 13-yard dump truck. They're replacing a 6-yard dump truck and a 12-yard dump truck.
I'll make a motion to approve 11D as written.
Hold on.
Councilman Hicks, you have a question?
Yes. So we went out and we got the grant, and the total that we're going to pay out of that is,
Approximately $40,000, yes, sir.
that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, sir.
So I knew that it was a percentage, and I had some citizens ask me before this meeting about that. So I just want to make it clear that we're not going to pay the full $202,000. We have to pay a portion of that. The rest of it comes from the grant from the VW lawsuit settlement.
Technically, to be absolutely correct, we will pay 100% of the cost of the vehicles on
And we're
delivery.
reimbursed.
And then we will be reimbursed by the Texas VEMP, the
Yes.
Volkswagen emissions, that
Lawsuit.
thing.
Yes.
And they will reimburse us. We anticipate we would see that money within 6 months. They've been paying very regularly on these
Very
things. They're
regularly.
trying to use that money up. They're actually having a hard time getting people to use the money.
Use it, yes.
Yes, sir.
And I've encouraged other businesses to go out and, if recycle their trucks. I've talked to Marion with them, so I've been encouraging it myself. So thank you, sir. Go ahead.
So we have a motion on the floor to approve. Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Foos.
Thank you very much, council.
Councilman Wolliver. Next, we have discussion, direction, and staff on an ordinance to prohibit through truck in the following, but not limited to Brookview, Stillbrook, Brook Shadow, Southern Way, Town Creek Road, Green Valley Road between Cibolo Valley Drive and Southern Way. We'll turn this over to Councilman Allen.
Okay, so I put this item on the agenda because within the Charleston Park subdivision, there used to be a dead-end road that's recently been opened up, and the neighbors are experiencing construction vehicle traffic coming through Charleston Park in order to come to the Bella Rose subdivision. And so these construction vehicles, 18-wheelers, heavy equipment, are traveling through a residential neighborhood, which have cars on both sides of the road in most cases. A lot of children play on these roads, and it's just it's causing an unsafe scenario for the homeowners on these Brook streets. And so I would like to have a discussion with council so we can ask for a traffic study to be done. I believe when you and I were talking about that, Mrs. Simmons, by the Cibolo Police Department, and then determine if the results of the traffic study would warrant the no-through truck traffic signage within these streets. Additionally, we have seen a lot of heavy truck traffic within a few other streets to also be analyzed and see if it makes sense to do those on the other additional streets, which include Southern Way, Town Creek, and Green Valley. And so this one isn't one, it's not one we take an action on tonight, but just to give direction to staff. And so does anybody have any comments on that?
I think it's very forward-thinking. As our landscape changes, so do some of our ordinances and thoughts. I think it's worth investigating and looking into. And Mr. Reed, if you would get with the PD, I think, and see what our through traffic looks like in that area.
So, Mayor, to clarify, this is more of direction to staff on the research to the topic, not direction to them about an ordinance right now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because that's how it came out. Understood.
Yes.
I'm just going back to how we got it written here. Okay.
Okay. We're in agreement. Okay. All right.
My question, Mr. Allen, is like Town Creek Road, that is the only way to get into, if the trucks that they're using to go into Bella Rosa is Town Creek Road, then how are they going to get to and from Bella Rosa?
Cove Lane is a potential as well. so-
Cove Lane is not a, where is it going to come out?
Cibolo Valley Drive.
But there's not a road there currently.
Right, correct. And it will be built.
I understand that, and that's why that's the point I'm trying to get across right now is if there's no road there now and we put up these signs, then how is Bella Rosa supposed to develop?
Well, as I understand, through traffic would be those that are just passing through and don't have business in that area if it's a construction. So if
Right, no,
they have a reason to be in that area, the ordinance, if it was
I get
written,
that.
wouldn't be applied to them, correct? Okay.
Correct, and I get that.
Yeah.
Councilman Wolliver, I'm just, he had mentioned in his presentation that the trucks are going through to Bella Rosa, but if you put no through trucks, then how are they supposed to get to Bella Rosa? I understand that.
Well,
so.
that's the point I was making. If they have a reason or allowable reason to be there, they're not a through truck. They're going there for business. As I would understand, a through truck is somebody just trying to take a shortcut to get through that area. They don't have any business in these areas. They're going on through, so it wouldn't apply to them.
Right, and so like a business within the Charleston Park area would be, someone who actually has a destination within that particular neighborhood, like a moving truck. Somebody needs to move out. So by all means, that truck has a business to be there. But passing through that neighborhood to get to a different neighborhood would violate the no through truck traffic signage.
And not to go down that path, but we're casting a pretty broad net, and I think a traffic impact study would be in line to assess it a little bit further. So with that, we're going to move on to item F, discussion on the City Hall facility. Councilman Hicks.
I put this on there. We continually have issues with the AC unit, and I know that we were told at a council meeting that they were replacing the unit with that CARES Act money. We've got to take care of this facility. I know that we discussed it at the CIP meeting with the individuals that were on that subcommittee, but we've got to take care of the City Hall as far as the AC unit. It continually is broken. It's constantly had a Band-Aid put on it. It's 14 years old. What they did for us with the CARES money wasn't a complete replacement. I want y'all to know that, even though they were told that we were told it was going to be. So we really need to look at what we're going to do. If we've got a commercial unit at PD, commercial unit at Fire Station 1, commercial unit at Fire Station 2. We're putting in a commercial unit at Fire Station 3. We're putting in a commercial units at the annex building for the schoolhouse. And we can't beat around this and not take care of our Taj Mahal, because that is our Taj Mahal. That's where people go to meet. That's where people go. Once we can get back in there, that's where everybody's going to meet. So this is one of those things. I just wanted to discuss it with the rest of y'all. We need to take care of it. We need to upgrade the current system that we've got. We need to upgrade it to commercial units.
I agree with you, Joel. I know we put a lot of money in repairing it, and that we're just burning it away. So, we've had some discussions on this. Looking into this a little bit further and try to move this forward would be, get some numbers out in front of us as far as the AC unit goes.
What's the cost estimate for system replacement? And are we allowed to do that if we've used CARES Act money? Are there any restrictions on doing something to the system because of CARES Act rules? I'm asking out loud.
No, those are both great questions. And
great question.
The budget figure for sure was inevitable, but yeah, the question about the CARES Act money, that's.
Have we had an estimate on the system replacement?
No.
Last time I was told it'd be $200,000 for a whole new, complete system. That's what I was given from the former city manager. I don't know, 200,000.
200 large.
CARES Act, we got a little bit more than that. I'm just telling you, we've got to fix that, because you still, even though we were set here and we were told that the individuals in their individual offices would be able to control the AC unit in their office, that has come back, and that is not true. That is a false statement. 2 people had control over the system, complete system, and we've got to fix the system. I understand where everybody's coming from. I understand, Mr. Wolver, but we've got to get a true estimate. Because I brought it up that since we're having the annex building is going to have the AC unit put in there, whoever we have do it, we ask them, well, what's it going to cost for you to put the same similar system into our city hall and replace it? So I asked that, and I've asked that, and I've asked that. I've asked it currently from our new city manager, and he is looking into it. So thank you.
ARP money, would this be something suitable for ARP?
Councilmember Wolver, I believe I'd have to look into that, because we've been focused on the other categories of ARP money. I think your question about if we were to replace this system, knowing that the CARES Act funding was used on it, are there any purse strings attached? We need to look into that so that council has that full disclosure if it decides to proceed with this. So we can look into ARP, but I will tell you, in the budget presentation tonight, you have fully identified all $7.7 million towards intended projects and premium pay. Of course, it's your discretion. You can shift on that. And we'll look into whether or not ARP can pay.
Well, my concern, or something else staff could look at, is if CARES Act money has been used on it, are there any, well, not necessarily, a consequence in order, in other words, you have to pay money back because now you're doing, if it's a system replacement, you know, and I don't know how much, you said that we spend almost as much as a full system replacement on in care, then it's...
I follow what you're saying. I'm in complete agreement. And I'm hesitant to give you a potential cost for replacing the existing system with a commercial system. If you've been given a figure in the past, I'd prefer waiting to have an engineer do a design and then for an engineer to give us a cost estimate, because I don't have
And to expand on that, you know, we could, we do have the mold thing going for us and everything else, and, you know, maybe that the CARES Act system that was put in isn't. So anyway, that's some hard questions to ask and try to. But speaking of budget, Mr. Reed, without further ado, would you like to come up and present item G?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I am very pleased to present to you the city manager's proposed FY22 budget. This remains a work in progress for various reasons. One, we're having department heads scrub the line item detail that is in this proposed budget. The budget is built upon the input from our department heads and staff members. But inevitably, as you build a very complex budget, errors are made. And so we are scrubbing this to make sure that we did not make an error in those expenses. That would be end-of-year estimates for FY21 as well as for the FY22. Before I get into our presentation, I want to make sure council has the printed copies of the budget and the packet material. So you should have that in front of you. And the reason why that'll be helpful to you is we're seeking your feedback and direction tonight. And at the August 24th council meeting, I'll be standing in front of you again asking, are there any other items that you have a comment on? Is there something else that we did not discuss on August 10th that you've thought of by August 24th? That'll be your last opportunity to provide direction to me and the staff to add or modify the proposed FY22 budget. So I hope you appreciate that hard copy. I've become a more digital person, but sometimes you have to have a hard copy to really scrub through something. As I was just saying, what are we asking from council tonight? We are seeking your direction on aspects of this proposed budget. We are taking a deep dive into it, and it's necessary so that you have a higher awareness, a full awareness of some of the cost drivers. What are increases in levels of service? Where are we proposing to add positions? And where are some mandatory costs that we have to add to the FY22 budget? And of course, I did just say that over the next 2 weeks, I'm hoping that you'll take time to work through this budget so that on August 24th, you feel confident when you give your final direction to us that this is a budget that you were fully engaged on and that you feel confident that you know what's in this budget. At the end of the presentation, I will restate your direction that you provide to us tonight to make sure we have accurately captured your direction. Next slide. So this is the order of our presentation. We are diving deep, as I said, into the proposed budget, and we'll highlight many of the significant expenses. Next slide. I want to emphasize how much of a team effort it is to present to you an annual budget. I won't walk through what each member of staff who's listed here has done for us, but I have to tell you that Mr. Reyes and I could not be presenting this budget tonight without the help and contribution and the time and the expertise of the people on this slide. This was definitely a duty of other duties as assigned for some of these staff members, but every single one of them, when asked, said, what can I do and how soon do you need it? So recognition to all of those individuals, including our former IT director. Next slide. So let's talk about the budget process. Next slide. I will not go over every item here. We are in the yellow highlighted area. So tonight, I'm only speaking to, and Mr. Reyes are speaking to, the proposed budget. But you do have two other items on this agenda that relate to your budget process. So we do have August 24th and then September 14th, your final consideration and action on this budget. Next slide. This is really for the general public. The council gave very clear direction at its last meeting that we do have it right on the context for 21 and 22 for what is driving the budget and for key themes. So next slide. This is the same as last time. Next slide. Here are the key themes that you gave us direction on in concurrence. Any questions or comments? With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reyes for him to pick it up on some FY22 budget cost assumptions.
Slide. I want to start off with these next two slides talking about some basic cost assumptions as well as revenue assumptions. This budget is balanced by funding existing staff, supplies, maintenance, and costs. It includes increases related to the growth of the city of Cibolo. Of course, CIP is increasing, CPI, the Consumer Price Index, is increasing. So some of the line items you see in this proposed budget will be increasing as well. This budget does maintain overall existing levels of service. It does a restoration of travel and training that were present pre-COVID prior to last year. Slide. On the revenue side, the proposed property tax is the same as it is this year, 0.4835. It's flat from 21. It is still within the voter approval 3.5 increase allowed. I'll also talk more in depth about sales tax increase and how recently opened establishments are expected to generate additional.
I've got a quick question about
Please.
that one. So on slide 10, the property tax rate will stay at a little over 48 cents per $100, right? And we're not looking at bringing it up to 51. So I think I saw an agenda item on our agenda tonight that was asking for 51.
That is correct. This budget is balanced at the 0.4835. Now, the item that you're seeing on the agenda is the maximum tax rate that you could go to. However, you can always come down on that tax rate.
Hell no. Okay, thank you.
We're also going to talk about the American Rescue Plan, the ARP dollars that are included to help the general fund do some of the things that you were asking to do. Next slide, please. This budget is balanced on the general fund of $16.6 million in FY22, up from 15.1, or about a 10% increase in revenues. Debt service likewise is also increasing about 10% over FY21. Slide. The ARP projects. We have received $7.7 million and will receive 3.8 in this fiscal year and the other 3.8 in the next fiscal year. And funding for those includes utility projects of 3.1, drainage projects of 1.6, premium pay of 2.1, communications of 600,000, emergency equipment of 220,000. It leaves about $52,000 there, and we would recommend that that be left as a contingency in case there are some cost overruns in other projects. Slide. A little more in depth in the ARP disbursement timelines. Like I said, each year we'll be receiving tranches of 3.8. Tranches are drawdowns per fiscal year 22 and 23. In year one, we anticipate to spend $3.4 million, or at least get the ball rolling on $3.4 million worth of projects. Some of that will carry over into year two for that $4.2 million, which equals that $7.7 million that we had been talking about. Now, as you see that asterisk in the beginning of year two, that premium pay of $925,000, that goes for 3 years, beginning year one, year two, year three. And let me explain a little bit of what I mean by that. Slide. For premium pay for fire and police, for year one, we are asking that the council approve the full 100%, $1.2 million for premium pay to get all of your public safety personnel up to market. In the second year, we're only asking for 50% of the ARP money. The general fund would cover the rest of the other 50%. And finally, in year three, 25% of the ARP money will be utilized, with the general fund taking over the additional 75%. And then going forward, the general fund will take over the entire 100% of the cost of getting all your public safety personnel up to market. Now, like with any grant, there are some stipulations, and those stipulations are bullet pointed right there. We have looked at each of these bullets. We are well within them. I do want to say on that third bullet point, premium pay should not increase the workers' total above 150% of the Texas average. We have a couple, but we do have the proper justification that we can make the argument for us to continue utilizing ARP funding. Slide. Next couple of slides, I just want to give you a quick overview of all the funds that we're talking about. Slide. We'll be talking about the general fund, capital improvements, water and sewer, drainage, economic development, and special revenues. So let's start with the general fund. Slide and slide. This is the breakdown of how we are spending our money in the general fund. As you can see, the first three portions are your first responders, and that makes up about $11.4 million of the total 16.6 expenses within the general fund. The remaining being administration at 2.3, planning and development at 1.2, information technologies also at 1.2, and economic development at 257. Slide. In the general fund, there are some budget drivers that Mr. Reed was talking to, and some of the biggest ones we're looking at are the Fire Station number 3 opening later on this year, City Hall Annex opening, and some new positions. Well, which new positions? Slide. In the general fund, we are proposing 8.5 additional full-time equivalent positions, those being in fire, 3 additional personnel, and 1 executive assistant. In the police department, we're proposing to move 1 part-time individual to full-time, and that is a public safety officer. We're proposing an IT technician for information technologies. In the city manager's office, a CIP manager, a planning manager for planning and engineering, and in public works, an administrative assistant. In the utilities fund, we are proposing 4 additional positions. 3 are operators, operator 1s, and 1 customer service representative for the entire 12.5 additional positions that we are proposing. So how are we going to pay for this? Slide. This is where we are in our sales tax. I estimate about a 14% increase over this current fiscal year, or about $411,000 more. But as you can see, we are consistently moving up in our sales tax. Now, what I projected is a trend that was established over the previous few years. It conservatively does not include new businesses. This is just the regression analysis that I performed from back to 2013. It shows the trend that we are currently moving at. Slide. For property tax assessments, we are looking at property tax assessment. Like I said, we are proposing the 4835 cent tax, which is flat from this year. Certified totals were 2.7 billion, which is about a 12.5% increase over this current fiscal year. That is an increase about $300 million, and as you can see on that second bullet, about $240 million of that are new commercial properties that have come onto the tax roll. This increase in new property on tax allows for sufficient revenue to balance this budget for the operations and maintenance and the debt service fund. Slide. I'd like to illustrate this point just to show you from 2006 how the property values in the city of Cibolo have increased year over year. Slide. In the general fund, the property tax is about $8 million, or 3.5 increase. It is well within the 3.5 increase of the voter-approved rate. Like I emphasized, 4.835 is what we are proposing to stay flat. The average home has increased 6.9% over the previous year. It went from $255,000 to about $272,000 in FY21. Slide. So the general fund, the proposed tax rate, I keep emphasizing the 0.4835. It's a 5.9% increase over the no new revenue sales tax rates, which means we will require a public hearing. That no new revenue tax rate, just for your information, is 0.4563, and that represents what would be needed to produce the exact same revenues. The voter approval is 0.4925. We are not proposing going to the 4925. This budget is balanced at the 0.4835. Slide. At this proposed tax rate, the average homeowner on a $272,000 home would pay approximately $82 more a year. And I have to emphasize that this funding is necessary to continue funding operation and maintenance and debt service. Slide. So let me just give you some 10,000-foot highlights on what some of these cost drivers are. Within Parks and Recreation, Council has directed us to continue to budget $25,000 for the Schertz Senior Center. However, there is also an additional $25,500 for the Grange Hall rental and Grange Hall facilities for us to do our own senior center activities. Slide,
Quick question.
please.
I don't remember the Shirts Senior Center to keep funding that. I don't remember that conversation. Maybe I wasn't here. So,
It was brought, we didn't all necessarily agree with it, but
no, because I don't agree with
the mayor's the one who brought that
continuation of
up.
funding that is, because, especially if we're going to have our own. So I would rather put all $50,000 into our own senior program.
Okay. That's something that I think we need to bring up, do a council vote. You know, the pros of that, maybe not the whole 50,000, but we do need to pay our fair share over there at Shirts, I believe.
They're still using it.
Until we have a viable brick and mortar and a program. Right now we have an idea and a lot of hypotheticals, and contrary to the citizens to be heard commentary, I'm not trying to just give away our money to Shirts, but we need to be realistic in the fact that at a certain point, they could shut the faucet off, and they shut that faucet off, and we don't have our senior program established yet. We got nothing. So
My thought is that don't give anything to Shirts right now. Well, you're projecting to give them something in 2022, so that's right around the corner. Right. So don't give them anything. Let's see where this our senior center comes into play, because I think they're moving fast and furious on it, and I have a feeling that it's going to be up and running sooner than later. I mean the people from Parks and Recs have worked tirelessly in order to get this program in place for us, and to discount them as saying that it may not happen, I think that we're not.
No, and that's not a discount. I mean, I'm not. Believe me, there's nobody that would be more happy to see this happen than me. I mean, leave our money in Cibolo, absolutely. But you know, I just, if we're in a rush and that's what I was trying to outline at the last meeting. If there's a hurdle there that we're not seeing, and it hits us smack in the face, then we got nothing.
Again, like I said, I would just earmark it, but we don't give it to them. I mean, it could be used for ours or theirs, but I wouldn't spend that money up front.
I agree with that.
Agreed.
Thank you, council members. We'll definitely live to address that during the August 24th briefing of where we are in the budget process. Okay. Slide. Additional cost drivers on the general fund: public safety, fire station number 3, 3 new fire positions, station equipment of $360,000. Supplies just for fire station number 3 is increasing that budget by $53,000 for a total of $537,000. Slide. We are looking to hold an election. That will cost us about $31,000. Now, it's come to my attention that some of that will possibly be spent in this fiscal year, and the remainder in next fiscal year. We will definitely address that as well. But this is also going to invest in your employees. By a market compensation study are $20,000, employee training $30,000, and an employee engagement survey of $20,000. This budget also proposes to add a CIP manager within the city manager's office. We do want to point out there is no demographer budgeted in FY22 until the charter amendments have after we know what the charter amendments are actually going to be. And as presentation before said, that will probably happen in November of 22, which takes us into the FY23 budget year. Slide.
Hold on.
Yes.
Whether this charter amendment passes or not, we're currently in districts, Mr. Reyes, and we will still need a demographer. Whether it's for 4 districts or whether it's for 7 districts, we are still going to need a demographer after this I'm just letting you know, because whether we're not in places, we're currently in districts, so we're still going to need a demographer, no matter what.
We agreed to wait till 2022 or after 2022 for a demographer. We don't need it after this election, is what the consensus was.
I think what he means by that is this says awaiting the outcome of the charter amendments. Irregardless of the charter amendments, we're going to have a demographer because our districts are upside down. So we still have to have it in 2023.
Do we know what a demographer would cost approximately?
If I'm not mistaken, we originally had it budgeted for approximately
$30,000.
$30,000. That's right.
Thank you.
Slide. With the growth of this city comes increased information technology needs. Here is a list of IT needs. We currently have 81 different softwares that we support at a cost of $520,000. There are also some non-capital and some capital projects, non-capital in the total amount of $56,000, and capital projects in the amount of $234,000. Slide. Streets and sidewalk maintenance. Funding was moved from the general fund to the street maintenance fund, and by doing that, we are able to increase the budgeted amount of funding for street maintenance by 129%. And the reason that we're able to do that is when we had it budgeted to come out of streets and going into the general fund and budgeting the expense there, both times they were subject to a 35% reserve requirement. Well, if we just pay for it out of just one fund, that reserve requirement only happens one time, and so we're able to increase funding for street maintenance. Sidewalk maintenance will remain in the general fund at $50,000. Next, we'll be talking about the CIP, and I will turn it back over to Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. So let's start on the CIP, five-year CIP. I want to thank Mr. Foose and Mr. Klein for pulling together a comprehensive list of CIP projects that the city's funding and/or is overseeing construction. That's the first time the city's pulled together the various projects that were ongoing. And this formed a window, if you will, of what it looks like for the city in the next one fiscal year, as well as far out as the next 5. So go to the next slide. So this slide really highlights what have we done since our last council meeting. At the last council meeting, you directed us to work with 4 council members as a subcommittee using that list that we pulled together. That was a work in progress, and we had that meeting on August 5th with the subcommittee, and a lot of good work was done. What we had to do, though, was really focus on FY22 and FY23, because as you will see on the following slides, there's a lot on our potential CIP projects. Next slide. As this slide shows, what we're doing by way of capital improvements is we're investing in the growth of our community to prepare this community to manage the growth that we're seeing. We've broken down our CIP projects across 6 categories. Now that total CIP list of $369 million includes funding that will come from other agencies, but when you add up total costs, we're at roughly $370 million over the next 5 years. Again, this is a work in progress. The subcommittee agreed at its meeting that they needed to come back, and that's a point of direction that we need from council tonight at the end. Do you support that ongoing work of that subcommittee to work on finalizing the 5-year plan? Let's go to the next slide. The first category is public facilities. Now, I'm highlighting the public works facility because there's been some discussion around that. And as of today, Mr. Foust, myself, and Councilmember Hicks met with the architects who have been working on that project. And as a commitment to working transparently with council, we're going to work with our architects to reevaluate how we can achieve not just a 2,600 square foot expansion that includes some square footage in the existing building for a total expansion of 30 or reconfigured office space of 3,600 square feet. We're going to work with the architects to identify, is there a way to still achieve the 4,000 square foot expansion that was part of the bond language? And so once Mr. Foust and I work with the architects, we're going to bring that back to council for you to have eyes on that project before we expend any dollars on construction. So that's our commitment. And in fact, I know that earlier this year, that's what Mr. Klein did on the old schoolhouse, because there was a gap, if you will, in funding that project, and council gave clear direction. So I'm really repeating the model that we've already done at a staff level on the second project that you have on this list. Let's go to the next slide. So I don't mean in this presentation to go over in detail each and every one of these projects. In your packet was a spreadsheet, your 5-year CIP, and this provides you more information. So this spreadsheet that's part of your packet, whereas the presentation here is really as concise and as simple as we could make the window of what your CIP includes. This includes funding sources. So, for example, if I was to look at public facilities and just the public works facilities, it says that we have $602,000 available remaining in the bond proceeds of a total of $650,000. What we spent to date really is the soft cost, leaving $602,000. The funding source for that is your 2019 GO bond, and it identifies that money, and then if we were to spend more money, where could we look to? That's not a commitment by council. It's just a conversation in this CIP. And so that's what I hope you can look at, looking at that spreadsheet, to understand this list that's in the PowerPoint, so that you can have a better understanding of what's in this PowerPoint. And again, we hope that council gives us direction to work with the council subcommittee to work more diligently to finalize your 5-year CIP. All right, next slide. So these are quality of life projects, and this is the running list. Now, project budget is our best estimated cost for the total project. When you look at the fiscal year columns, like Miracle League Field city contribution, our contribution is capped at $500K. The total project cost, which will be funded by other agencies, is estimated right now at $1.23 million. So again, hoping that I'm explaining this well enough for you to digest the PowerPoint, and when you look at the 5-year CIP spreadsheet, you're understanding that distinction between project budget and then what the city's really obligated to fund. And so here are the quality of life projects that we're working on. Some of these are ARP funded projects, and when you look at the spreadsheet, you'll notice that we explain which ones are ARP funded. Next slide. Here are the total drainage projects. Next slide. Continuation of drainage projects. Next slide. Moving on to transportation. Remember, this is your biggest bucket of CIP projects. Of that $369 million estimated cost, transportation represents just over $227 million. I said before that street maintenance has to be a priority because our roadway infrastructure is our largest asset, and your CIP list reflects that same sentiment. Let's go on to the next slide. More transportation. And next slide. Next slide. Next. So that's a long list of transportation. Again, I'm not expecting you tonight to comment on any particular row or project, but you have this for the next 2 weeks. Again, with the subcommittee meeting yet again, I'm giving council eyes on that CIP so that you can represent that you've really vetted this comprehensive list. Let's move through the utilities. Next slide. And next slide. So that is the end of my part of the presentation for now. I'm going to hand it back over to Mr. Reyes.
In your proposed budget, there are just a couple of other operational funds that I just want to briefly touch on. Next slide. The Water and Sewer Fund is the second largest operating budget within the City of Cibolo's budget, overall budget. Operating revenues for the Water and Sewer Fund are about $13.4 million, which is an increase of about 2% over FY20. The operating expenses are $12.2 million, and that is in this current fiscal year. Looking forward to the proposed FY22. Next slide. Operating revenues, I'm projecting a very conservative $14 million. It's still an increase of 4.4%, and I anticipate that because of moderate customer growth that is anticipated. On the operating side, there's $13 million that is proposed. It is a 13.9% increase over the current fiscal year. There are some drivers that are pushing that up a little bit. One of the drivers are the increases in personnel that I will be discussing. But if you look at that last bullet, there's a $7.1 million ending fund balance, so this is a very healthy fund. Next slide. The new positions that we're proposing for the water and sewer are 3 utility operators and a customer service rep. That costs about $184,000 total. Also in this fund is a project for advanced metering infrastructure for $180,000, which would allow the residents to see their water usage in near real time online. Next slide. In the drainage fund, slide. Operating revenues are approximately $773,000. Operating expenses are proposed at $775,000. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why are my expenses greater than my revenues? Well, this has a fund balance of $3 million, and that $81,000 that you see in that second sub-bullet is replacement for a street sweeper, which is one-time cost. It's not going to reoccur year after year. So it is appropriate to use fund balance money for the purchase of that street sweeper. Slide. In the Economic Development Fund, slide, I just want to touch that projected revenues are $783,000, and of that, $644,000 are sales taxes. It's an increase of about 21% year over year. Total expenses that we are proposing for the Economic Development Fund are $721,000, and some of the cost drivers in there are the $319,000 for the FM 78 property bond, I believe it's a 09, $122,000 for the multi-event center, and of course $123,000 for grants for fiscal year 22. Projected ending balance is about $774,000, and it does meet contingencies and the debt service policies for that fund. With that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Reed to complete this presentation.
Thank you. So let's move on to special revenue funds. Again, what we're doing here is highlighting for you some of the cost drivers in the proposed budget. Next slide. So in the FY22 Cibolo Fest Fund, we're planning on reestablishing in-person events, and these are the major events that would be funded here. The workshop, what we're proposing for council is that we'll have a workshop this coming winter, this fall, so that you can give us direction on each and every one of these special events. What we heard in a previous workshop was you wanted to make sure that the way in which we're doing our special events is appropriate and consistent with your expectations. As your new city manager, I want to make sure I understand that. So while we're budgeting for these events, we're not expending money on these until you give us that direction.
Mr. Reed, and how much are we budgeting for these? Do we, I don't see an amount.
I'm going to look for some direction on that.
If you look into your packets, the binders themselves, and go to the special revenue tab, I believe the very first one in there says events, and there are some proposed dollar amounts that we have been given that we are asking for your consideration and direction.
So if you'd like, we can find that right now and give that to you.
Contract entertainment expense?
Mr. Hicks, what are you asking there?
$40,000. 4D.
Again, what I wanted to emphasize here is that as your new city manager, I heard you clearly in a previous workshop. And I want to make sure that when we program for Cibolo Fest, that it's a program that you support, the way in which we have done it and the way in which you can do it. And we won't spend those funds until you say, that's what we're expecting.
I'm just going to go back to the way we have been doing it,
Yes,
which
sir.
is we go out and we get sponsors.
And I heard that loud and clear, and staff understands that we will be seeking sponsors to cover the cost of our events. Let me put it this way. I believe you have the opportunity to build upon what you have done in the past and look at how other communities have done it. Similar sized communities, smaller communities. And is there an opportunity that you see to continue to grow Cibolo Fest to be a unique, one-of-a-kind local event? I don't know what that funding cost would be, but we will absolutely work on sponsorships because I've heard your expectation for Cibolo Fest as well as the other events.
Because it's always been one that we have, it's been free to the community. We get the donations, we get the sponsorships.
Yes, sir.
And you know, the individuals that have put this on before, for the many years that they have, they've gone out and they have recruited and asked, and there's been no problem with it in the past. Now all of a sudden, we're going to pay somebody to put this on?
Mr. Hicks, what I'm telling you is we will not be spending any money on Cibolo Fest until you give us direction on the scope of Cibolo Fest and the components of Cibolo Fest.
Okay.
And this is just a proposed budget.
All right. What's this Winter Park? I'm not familiar with the Winter Park.
I believe that has to do with what Councilman Allen had brought forth with the skate park or the skating rink or something like that.
Mr. Reed, this is nothing on you, but I'm just looking at it, and it has the potential to cost us $54,000. We're banking on the fact that we might be able to get, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely give direction, because yeah. These are nice to haves. Thank you.
Next slide. Let's talk about our street maintenance fund. Mr. Reyes talked about how we were not transferring money from one fund, this fund, to the general fund to have the expense for street maintenance pulled from, because it was kind of requiring a double reserve of 35%, which really handcuffed the general fund to increase its fund reserve when we moved one money from this fund into it. So we're going to be able to keep the money in the street maintenance fund, and based upon the good modeling that Mr. Reyes did for the street maintenance fund, we know that we can pay the debt service from the street maintenance fund and still have sufficient funds to increase the total budget for street maintenance to $275,000. That's more than the $120,000 that you've been budgeting. I will tell you, it's an incremental step towards what we should be. But to balance our budget, that's the best we're going to do in FY22. Any comments? Next slide. In your impact fee funds, you had presentations tonight about impact fees, adjustments to those impact fees. And so based upon the direction you gave tonight, staff will be returning on August 24th with our consultants for revisions to those impact fees and for you to adopt new fees that would be applicable in the future. Next slide. So what are those next steps? Let's go to the next slide. On August 10th, we'll come back to, on August 10th, that's where we're at tonight. On August 24th, we're waiting for your feedback on potential changes to what we presented tonight. And we've been recording what those comments are. I'm going to recap that at the very end. On September 14th, you're going to adopt your budget and set the tax rate. Tonight, you do have two other matters to address, and that is setting a public hearing date for September 14th and setting a maximum tax rate. That's just part of the truth in taxation process tonight. And Mr. Reyes did an excellent job in emphasizing the proposed budget is a flat property tax rate compared to FY21. Next slide. This is an overview of our outreach. You've heard me say before, in a normal budget year, our budget process will be longer so that we are considering things as early as February and March. That would be your CIP. That's when you should do that, because that sets in place a lot of other things that we need to consider. And then we'll move through those months to where in June, July, you're really locking in your proposed budget. And in August, we're just presenting a budget that you've already vetted. So our outreach in a standard year could include, over the summer, public engagement with our community. Here are the key drivers. Here's some of the things that council's looking at, and get some feedback from the community. This year, we're on a very condensed timeline, but being very transparent in what's in the budget. So I think we're doing as much as we can in public outreach. Next slide. Questions? What did we miss? Is there something in here that you would like to see that we did not cover tonight? And again, just direction on allowing the council 5-year CIP subcommittee to meet one more time before August 24th. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with the easy one first, Mr. Reed. First of all, I know this I'll borrow my boss's phrase, this stuff will put coffee to sleep. So I know it's not sexy, but it's very important, and I appreciate the detail covered. I know somebody would probably think that was very in-depth, but I know that you covered it, and your staff covered a very much higher level. So
yes,
thank you for that, and it's good transparency for the public. When it comes to next steps, if you would, and each time this topic comes up, whatever the video portion of the council agenda, because I think a lot of the discussion that happens on these topics adds a lot of context, because somebody looks through, for example, your explanation of when you look through the CIP chart, hey, there's something else that's linked to this, and it'll explain, because if somebody looked at that right off the bat, then I don't get what those different columns mean. So I think that would be very helpful to the public. The next is for, I guess, for council, and part of this, I think I owe, to a degree, an apology to the other folks that on staff that were first responders during COVID that aren't in the uniformed or valued uniformed folks. And I know that we put ARP premium pay in there. My apology is for me not thinking clear at the last meeting to speak up and say, well, wait a minute, I think we missed an opportunity to put in something for those. Now, I get it. There's the premium pay for talking hands and holding the microphone's not compatible. I know that we put the money in ARP for the uniformed first responders. Now, whether it's Public Works, there probably were other departments that helped out, that were out there putting themselves at risk as well for what that premium pay is for. And I know that we're working that in terms of, increase in pay over the coming years and that on-ramp to making that happen. And I know, Mr. Reed, you told us obviously you're going to be looking at some kind of index on pay for those other departments that we have. Long way to say, I don't know where it comes from out of ARP. I mean, I see the fire department quick response vehicles. There's 3 of them. You know, this is not to knock that capability, but I think we're going to have some public work folks and some others that may start deciding to walk and maybe go look somewhere else. And all the services that we're trying to just maintain, there's not going to be anybody there, or there's a risk of that, I should say. So there's at least a disruption in service, if not a severe degradation, until new people get hired, and then it's a wash, rinse, repeat, because then the pay becomes an issue again. And I know you've got a long-term plan, Mr. Reed, to try to correct the pay. But if it's just, and I know we try to stay away from one-time, you know, payments, but if there's some way, adjust our, relook this ARP disbursement again. It's something to include for those who are, no kidding, I know not all staff were first responders. But I'm honestly afraid we're going to start losing some quality folks over that.
The way the ARP bill's written, though, I don't think you can do it for like cities. It has to be true first responders, fire and police, EMS.
If I may, we can include the public work personnel who were and have to be in the field physically to provide essential services. So public works was defined by the CARES Act and is eligible under ARP as essential workers. But it's the positions that have to be physically there to do the job, no different than a police officer or a firefighter. We did model those essential personnel in public works over the 3-year period to bring them up to a higher wage as well. And what we found is that it was roughly about $150K to bring them up. As our PowerPoint showed, unfortunately, we have used all $7.7 million for premium pay to fire police and all the projects you identified. But if council looked at that list and said, find a way, take off $150 from a project in the ARP funding, we've modeled that we can increase pay for those essential workers in public works. That's all it would take.
Well, that's my ask to the rest of council for that consideration, because, you know, toys and equipment are great, but if there's nobody to drive them, nobody to use them, then I just think the investment in the people going forward, that's a longer term benefit. The thing I would add, and I'll echo Councilman Quinn's comment about the Shirt Senior Program. Nobody ever here has ever denigrated the program. Anybody, non-Shirts residents that use it, pay an annual fee, so they're not getting anything for free. Basically, another city's decided to subsidize, if you will, the cost of that program through lower dues, and that's fine. That's their decision. But I think when it comes to personnel, there's other things, I would rather our budgeted money stay within here. If another city wants to cut a spigot off, well, obviously that comes with the consequence of that's lost revenue that they're getting on dues. There's another line item in there on library donations, $40,000. We pay that every year. That goes to the Shirts Library. Quality program. But when we have to start looking at ways to tighten our belt or find money for stuff that goes on inside of Cibolo, I think it's time to start looking at some of those other things where, as Councilman Quinn said, I think nice to have. It's good to have. And we don't have a library, obviously. And there's a lot, as you mentioned earlier, the budget. There's something about holding on to paper sometimes. As much as we try to go to digital libraries, and I know we have one at our own YMCA, sometimes it's not just the same as holding on to an actual book. I get it, but when we got to come to, there's a red line, and there are things that I would prioritize to put below that red line so that the money stays here in Cibolo.
And real quick, just a caveat on what you said, Mr. Oliver, in regards to the ARP, isn't there like $54,000 that's left over I mean, so
Yes.
So we'd only have to close a gap of about $100,000 in, so if we have that 54,000 sitting there. Right.
Yes, our recommendation was that you leave that small balance because every project, other than premium pay, is an estimate. Premium pay, we went position by position. We know that we're giving you good numbers.
And
So
maybe just look at some of these projects and just, you know, I mean, we got quite a few of them on there and deduct some monies from them, you know, I mean.
may I, when you give us direction on the council subcommittee, maybe you also ask your counterparts on this council, when they meet again, what project or projects that add up to 150 would they recommend to this council on August 24th be removed in order to cover the costs to increase pay for the essential workers in public works? I think that would be time well spent.
Yep.
Okay,
And the quick one that you look at here is Falcon Crest Sewer. I mean, it's $160,000 is probably the easiest math. Falcon Crest Sewer.
So we're just going to, okay. I look at it and you go back to the events and you see $40,000 for contract entertainment expense. You see event administration, $35,000. You look at production, $40,000. You look at safety and security, $15,000. Talent, $40,000. VIP, $25,000. Right there, guys, covers it. These are ones that they've projected to use. That's a lot of money right there, guys. 40,000, 15,000, 35,000, 40,000, 15,000, 45,000, 25,000. Start adding those numbers up, and it's going to come out to $150,000.
Yeah.
Because you go back and you start looking at how Cibolo Festival, I understand we want, you know, I don't want a South by Southwest here in Cibolo. I'm going to tell you straight up. That's not Cibolo, not a South by Southwest. Okay? That's
Mr. Hicks, if I may, that's right in a separate fund, and those revenues that you're looking at, or those expenses that you're looking at,
These are expenses.
Those expenses are expected to be covered by revenues that come in, not from the general fund, but
I
through
understand that.
sponsorships.
But, well, if you just go with the sponsorship, you know, we've always used local talent to come out and give theirs, you know, give them a chance.
And my commitment to you, to this entire body, is that we will do a workshop in which you bless the program and the expenses that you believe are appropriate for your special events. But I want to separate your capital improvement fund, your general fund expenses, and what we're talking about here, increasing pay for essential workers, and what revenue sources you have to cover that from your Cibolo Fest fund. That's not the same money. You can't transfer one to the other, because Cibolo Fest fund is assuming the revenues are generated through sponsorships.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr. Reed. One other thing that I'd like to talk about is the demographer. You know, right now we're using monies from the demographer that we currently have budgeted to purchase new furniture in the chambers because of the mold. So, you know, we're taking monies out of one to pay for an incident that took place. You gotta look at that.
Mr. Reed, I know you've mentioned a few times about getting authorization from council to resume our four council member workshop to take a look at CIP, and so I'd like to propose that we set a date for that. If you can just work with us. Is there anybody on council that disagrees with that policy? No.
And to clarify, also for the subcommittee to identify how to cut $150K from the ARP list of projects, so that when you come back on the 24th, really, I might look to Mr. Allen, you, to show council what you all came up with.
Sure.
And so with that, thank you.
Yes, we'll have that on the agenda. Thank you.
All right. Any more for Mr. Reed on the budget? Thank you very much, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we have the discussion action, set the date for the public hearing on the proposed 2021 property tax rate. Anyone?
Give me just a second.
Oh, sorry.
I apologize for my delay here, Mayor.
Would it coincide with our council meeting on the 14th, Mr. Reed?
Say that again, sir?
Would it coincide with our council meeting on the 14th of September?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have a motion for the, to set the date for the public hearing?
Make a motion to propose that we set our date for our budget and our property tax on the 14th
Yes, so you want
of
to,
September.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hicks, you want to set a date for the public hearing on the proposed FY22 property tax rate for September 14th?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, is that, I guess I'm asking, is that the parameters that we're supposed to be using? Or do we set it for the 24th, or is the
No.
14th of September appropriate?
September 14th is appropriate.
Okay. Do we have a
It
second?
complies with your city charter.
Motion is made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next item, the maximum tax rate, and adopt the proposed 2021 property tax rate on a future agenda.
Okay, so on this particular agenda item, I don't necessarily know that council wants to agree to set the maximum tax rate. Is the reason why we're using that term maximum instead of just the generic term tax rate?
Yes, so part of the truth in taxation law states that each municipality has to set a maximum tax rate that it will consider in the budget process. This is not that you will adopt that maximum tax rate, but based upon the calculations that our financial consultant has gone through, consistent with truth in taxation law, your maximum tax rate has been identified as 4925.
Yep.
Okay. And the proposed rate, as Mr. Reyes said repeatedly, is 4835. So 48 cents and
So no
0.35.
change, right?
No change.
Yeah.
But you need to set,
You've got to set the max in
maximum.
case something happens, you know, for whatever reason.
So
You
I'll make-
set the max at 49.25
Well, it's.
or
point-
49.25.
Yeah. 0.4.
so if you read,
925.
yeah. mhm.
Right, 0.4925, right?
Correct.
Okay, motion.
I'll second it. Or did,
I didn't make the motion, I wanted to make sure that that was the right number.
okay.
Thank you. Make a motion, set September 14th as the date for the public hearing on a proposed tax rate, proposed 2021 FY 2022 property tax rate, the rate set at, or proposed at 0.4925.
Second that.
I think we covered that one already. I think we're looking for the maximum tax rate and adopt the proposed 2021 property tax rate.
I'll make a motion to set the maximum tax rate at 0.4925 and adopt the proposed 2021 FY 2022 property tax rate.
Okay, before we go any further, Mr. Linder, do we not need to redact?
No,
the
because that was
previous?
another agenda item that we have already went past, right?
No, guys. You made a motion, I made a second.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear from the record that the agenda item, the motion was made by the agenda item that was the previous one, and it, Yeah, I think it's pretty clear from the record. So we have a new fresh motion.
We have a new motion by Councilman Quinn and second by Councilman Gibbs. So all in favor?
Oh, stop. Roll call.
Yes, this is a
Roll call, starting with Councilman Quinn.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-1. Thank you, Mr. Linder. Next, we have discussion on council members that have attended seminars, events, and meetings.
So I attended the CRWA meeting last night, and just want to let council know that they are working on putting power generator back up at a great majority of the pump sites that we have out there now. It's a work in progress. They've got most of the pumps in place. They're now working on the monies for installation and some switches.
Thank you, Councilman Gibbs. Next, we have discussion on future agenda items.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
For staff or Mr. Reed, it's if we can have an update on where we're at, the timeline, all the project to Cibolo Valley Drive, as well as the other 9 roads, please. And or if council is acceptable to having it in a memo form, I mean, I'm good with that, but it probably wouldn't be bad to have the public hear everything as well.
If we can do that by August 24th, we'll provide you a summary of the status of all those projects. And if not, I promise by September 14th, that will be on the agenda. To your point, it'd be good for the public to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Item I, discussion action on confirmation of all upcoming special meetings, workshops, schedule and time, place. No? Ms. Simmons? Oh, okay. All right, number 12 on the ordinances, back to the ordinances. Approval, disapproval of an ordinance. The City of Cibolo amending Chapter 78, Article 4, Drought Contingency Plan by removing the responsibility of the city to send to each Cibolo water customer an annual mailing overlay every January.
Evening, Mayor. This ordinance replaces prior ordinances that were in place for the drought contingency plan. It also clears up and aligns with the drought contingency plan that was adopted by City Council about 2 months ago. So the changes in that plan reflected the deletion of relying on the J17 well in the Edwards Aquifer. We don't get our water from the Edwards Aquifer. It's not a relevant reference point for us to determine whether or not we're in a drought. That is actually set by river flows through the Guadalupe River and water levels in the Carrizo-Wilcox Aquifer, which are not impacted at all by the Edwards. So this cleans all that up. This is a completely new ordinance. Instead of just tagging on to the old ones, we did a whole new ordinance. The ordinance matches up exactly with the drought contingency plan provided to City Council several months ago. And there was a rule change from the TCEQ in reference to having to mail out the actual drought contingency plan. That changed 4 years ago. That was withdrawn from this. So now we just have to provide notice that it's available, and we do that through the utility billing system. When it's available, we send that out in April, letting them know that the drought contingency plan has been adopted and it's available online as well as at City Hall.
Make a motion to approve of an ordinance of the City of Cibolo amending Chapter 78, Article 4, Drought Contingency Plan by removing the responsibility of the city to send to each Cibolo water customer an annual mailing every January.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Foos.
I'll make a motion.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, on 12B, but did you want to know? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
We already did that.
already did, yeah.
Forgot about that.
To go back to items for future agenda,
Yes, sir.
if we could get another joint meeting between council and planning and zoning. Thank you.
And do we need to make an appointment to that? I think Jennifer was on that
Not the subcommittee.
subcommittee.
We're talking everybody.
Oh, the full meeting? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?